Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Planet Zoo video. Today we're going to be starting with absolutely nothing, and we will not be stopping until we build the ultimate zoo. If you guys are enjoying these long zoo builds, let's get this one to 500 likes to lock the next one. If you guys also wouldn't mind, we are so close to 50,000 subscribers, I definitely appreciate your help in getting there. And without further ado, sit back and relax, grab some popcorn, and let's get right into the video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another relaxing long play of Planet Zoo. Today we're in the Arctic. So we're going to have a snowy adventure. Let's kind of just start with what we're going to do here. So we're going to have some polar bears, lots of Arctic animals. Let's get started with the path. Obviously, we need to keep people warm as well. So kind of throughout here. So let's just kind of get started with the path. Whatever path we throw down, I bet you it's just going to be covered in snow anyway. I don't think a wooden one would do very well in the winter. So let's maybe do like a block path. And I've kind of learned my lesson in the last builds. Let's maybe widen this a little bit more. Let's go to like 8 meters. I think that looks pretty good. Now let's maybe even set this to about 3 for our length. So obviously we need to figure out where we want our staff buildings to go. We have a few notifications here. So I think I might actually take this, maybe start going out right in between these trees. And then I think the main entrance to our park can kind of just go out this way. Like I said, you can't even see this thing, which is absolutely crazy. You can kind of like, that's kind of funny actually. Totally makes sense. It's quite snowy here in the Arctic. And it's actually quite beautiful. Look at those mountains in the background. Looks very nice. We need to figure out where we want to get our staff buildings. So honestly, we could probably even take a little path and maybe tuck some of them behind these trees. I feel like that might look quite nice. So let's grab this path and we could lower this to maybe like a 5. It doesn't need to be too small. Let's maybe go a 6 meter one. And then we can just take this back here. And let's obviously leave enough room for all this stuff. Let's just kind of get going right to there. And then I could get some buildings on this side. Let's maybe start with what we need here. Let's go to our notifications. We need a vet surgery, trade center, staff room, quarantine center, and a keeper hut. So I think right at the start here, we'll probably want to get like maybe a staff room right over here. And I don't know if this is necessarily the one I want to go with. We have all these Arctic buildings that I'd love to use. We got keeper huts, quarantine, research center. We're looking for a staff center large. I feel like that might look nice. What's the small one look like? I feel like that might look pretty good. What's the large one? Okay, gotta go with the large one. A nice Arctic. Looks pretty cozy. You got some smoke coming out of there. The chimney. Let's build that right there. I love that it's just kind of covered in snow. What a gorgeous game. Okay, I like that. I maybe could have fit that in with another building. Let's actually take this back a little bit more. I can maybe put it kind of tucked in back here, kind of like a more cozy cab vibe, or cabin vibe. And then I'd like to get something else right next to this. Like we could get our Arctic Trade Center maybe right here. Just right off of that. I feel like that might be kind of cool. What are the other things we need? We did a vet surgery, a trade center. Let's maybe get a keeper hut here. Or actually this might be a better idea to have a little more central. Let's maybe get just a trade center. So we have our vet workshop. Let's get a trade center in here. Let's make sure we're facing this the right way. Let's kind of just tuck it right in the trees like that. I think that looks pretty good. And then our same path, we can just take this right off of here and connect it to there. I suppose we can maybe reduce our width a little bit. Let's just go to like a 4. And I guess let's go back a little bit more. And then we can take it right up to there. And then right off of here, we can just connect it up. I think that looks pretty good. And then, yeah, we got those kind of set up. Let's get a couple more buildings. We need a vet surgery, a quarantine zone, and a keeper hut. So that could maybe go. I kind of like the idea of keeping all of this kind of in the trees like this. But what I like to do is let's maybe go to nature. Can I duplicate some of these? I do like those trees. I'm actually going to take a few of these and see if I can kind of duplicate all of these. And then I might just kind of move this. I could just kind of flip it. I'm going to move some of these around, obviously. But I kind of love the idea of having everything just kind of tucked in like that. I think that looks pretty good. And then obviously I can move a couple of these around. I don't know if I really want to though. Like I think I have it. It looks pretty natural. I could maybe move like, maybe tuck this one over a little bit. I'll move some of these around. Maybe just like kind of like that. And then this one I'll move around a little bit as well to kind of just create a little bit more room. Maybe kind of just like that. And then I think another big one in here might look kind of nice. Let's just kind of do this. Maybe over here. Then we can get some buildings in here. Let's get a path. So we are going to need a vet surgery quarantine zone. Let's get that stuff right away here. Keeper hut large. So we're definitely going to want a large one of these. And this could probably go maybe kind of tucked in like that. I think that would look quite nice. Keeper hut vet surgery we're looking for next. In quarantine, I mean, we might as well go for the large buildings. We are in a remote area, so we're gotta, when we build a building, we gotta make sure it's worth it. So I think let's do that. And let's twist this one. And this we could probably kind of tuck in, right? Like that. I think that looks pretty good. And this one I might actually move. There we go. Now we can move this over a little bit and let's make it a little bit more kind of just like that. That's a little bit better. It's kind of nice and uniform. And then the last thing we need is our vet surgery. So let's go ahead and get one of those. Let's look for a vet surgery. I think it's just down here, veterinarian surgery. So this is actually quite the big building. Where's our limits here? Might angle it kind of like that. I think that looks pretty good. And I don't think I can fit any of it over here. No, that looks pretty good. Okay, now I'm gonna need some paths and kind of figure out a little zone here. So let's just go with like a 4, might be pretty good. And let's lower this down to 2 length. Now I'm just gonna take this just out like this and kind of get going in front of these buildings. Like so. And where's our limit here? Like, yeah, there's our line right there. So let's just kind of take this in and connect. Maybe just right to the end like that. I think that looks pretty good. Connect these up. Bob's your uncle. I think that looks quite nice. And then, you know, it'd be kind of cool right in the middle here. Maybe like a little town square, maybe a skating rink. No, I don't think we can do that. But I can get some nice trees in here. Let's go to our filters. Let's go by continent, North America, and select our biome. So we are in the Tundra biome. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go to our plants here. Okay, there we go. I actually disabled North America. I don't know why it was kind of doing that, but we have a couple of trees in here. I'd kind of like to get maybe one kind of in the middle and then maybe a nice big one right in the middle there as well. And then I think some small ones I could probably put maybe throughout here. Actually, maybe a medium-sized one. I feel like I'm playing town to city now. This actually gives very similar vibes. And then I could maybe keep that open. Let's maybe just get maybe a tree right next to that. I think that looks pretty good. And then over here, I could maybe have a nice big one. I do kind of like, let's maybe go with like a medium one. Maybe like a medium one right there. And then a little assortment of trees here as well. I think that looks quite nice. Maybe over here, we already have a large one, so I'm just going to leave that. I think that looks quite good. Looks quite natural. I like that. And then maybe for some bushes. I don't know if we'll be able to even see them, but we got our berry bushes. Let's maybe just get a couple of those in here. Some of them covered in snow. Kind of just like that. And then we have some rocks we can throw in. Tundra, okay, there we go. We got ice rocks. We can kind of get some of these under here. Or maybe like over here, maybe. I don't know how much I want to mess with the rocks, but oh gosh, that thing's huge. That's a nice boulder. And then I could probably lower that just a touch. Kind of just like that, maybe tuck it in a tiny bit more. I think that doesn't look horrible. Just a couple of rocks to kind of help the area. Maybe something behind here. Kind of make it look like we moved into an Arctic. which we did. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Okay, I really like that. I still want something to go here though. Like maybe get some gardening. Let's get some, oh, these are kind of cool actually. I could have like a little bench there maybe. We got snow rocks, that's kind of crazy. I think maybe a nice big, I think that's pretty big. Let's not worry about that quite yet. Okay, we have all that stuff. Let's get some, and I forgot to talk about this. We have $1 million to start with. We're just gonna be building the ultimate zoo today. Like we're just gonna get absolutely everything. We have 100,000 conservation credits, so we are not limited by anything. Let's go to our zoo. Let's get some staff members. So we're gonna need a caretaker, a keeper, all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and get a caretaker. Let's get a keeper. We're gonna need a keeper, obviously. And I'm actually kind of curious to see. Oh, they're gonna be quite cold. I thought they'd just automatically have jackets. No, sir. Vendor, veterinarian. We will need a vet. Well, I guess let's get one of those. He seems to be dressed for the occasion, even though he's got short sleeves. And maybe a mechanic. Let's not worry about a mechanic quite yet. I think that should be a good start. This looks nice and cozy in here. Let's maybe see if there's like a cool actual entrance to our park that we could get. Like let's go to construction and we have kind of these. So basically if we just look for some snow, let's just go by theme maybe. Here's an Arctic nature scene. Oh, that actually looks pretty cool. I can maybe put that right as people enter in. I feel like that's quite cool. Let's have it maybe right there. And as soon as you walk in, you see that nice Arctic nature scene. I think that'll look quite nice. And maybe some ice blocks in here with some different various. Or maybe I could put this back like that, and then maybe have a smaller one out in front here. Just kind of have a random little assortment. And then maybe a nice wooden tree, maybe kind of tucked in behind it. Just to add a little bit of extra goodness. Then obviously we need to have our display polar bear right there. Oh, let me put it up there. Perfect. That looks awesome. We don't have any guests quite yet, so we're gonna have to wait for all that. We also have a giant, I mean, Christmas is coming up. Halloween's officially over. I feel like we could maybe have something like this. It might be a little bit too much. There might be a better place for that. Oh, this is also cool. This is definitely cool. Let's just put that like right, kind of like that. That's actually really sweet. Okay, that looks great. We're kind of messing around with some of the decorations. I still want a nice big entrance for our park here. So we have some classical buildings, some entrances here now. We do have these cool Arctic buildings, which I'd love to put somewhere. I think this could maybe live right in there, right next to that tree. I think that looks quite nice. I still can't find any cool entrances. Arctic or architecture could maybe get, I don't know if there will be one. I think we'll just kind of have to go with the elements. We kind of have a nice little enclosed area here. And obviously we will need a food court to start, but I feel like we'll need our first habitat to kind of get started. The other thing is we probably should have made this a staff path. So I wonder if I could replace these. No, I don't know if you can actually replace, so let's just leave it. I think it's fine. We can have our staff paths. Obviously our guests will be able to walk through there, but that's fine. They should be able to see all the cool buildings that we got in here. Okay, let's maybe start with our first habitat. Let's take this out a little bit further. Let's go back to our 8 meter. And let's maybe take this, let's go back to 3. Let's take this maybe kind of around this way. And maybe kind of just do that for now. And then we could kind of get a little enclosure in here. So what do we want to get first? Let's go to our animal trading, animal storage. So let's go by Arctic something or the other. Let's just type in Arctic, see what comes up. So we got Arctic fox, Arctic wolf. That would be pretty cool. We also have some polar bears that we could get, which would be really sweet. Obviously, right at the start of our park, we can't have our polar bears. We need a reason for people to come through our entire park. So let's maybe get like maybe Arctic wolf or Arctic fox to start. Let's just type that in. We got our Arctic foxes. Oh, look how cute those little guys are. So we got 2 males, 2 females. I feel like they don't take up a whole lot of space. Let's go with our male to start. Let's go to Zoopedia. And let's see what kind of requirements they need. So natural habitat. They need 200 meters squared land requirements. So that's actually their land, not including their water or anything like that. And yep, they definitely need some cold temperatures. It is currently 0 degrees here. So I think that should be perfect. That's actually quite warm for a winter tundra North American climate. So we'll have to get some boundaries in here. Yeah, looks like they should be able to get quite a few. Like, what if I had like 3 adults? Maybe 1 male, 2 females? Yeah, they still have a lot of land area. So I could definitely get something cool in here. And then I think right off of here, I could maybe have our entrance or our staff entrance to the keep or the enclosure. So let's go to our habitat, or I guess berries first. We can't have all these. So let's maybe get something a little bit more Arctic-y. Maybe like these steel mesh might be kind of cool. Corrugated. Let's just start with an entrance. We have our habitat gates here. Glass track airlock. Ooh, that's kind of cool actually. Let's go with that. I feel like that looks quite nice. Let's see if we can get it linked up to there. Actually, let's just go with our regular gate here. Maybe a wooden gate. Let's go with wooden. I feel like that might be a nice mix up for our park. So let's just kind of get this angled out like that. And then we can slowly build our habitat here. So I think this looks pretty good. Let's angle this a little bit. Maybe increase our length to 10 meters. And then we can begin to go this way. And obviously we want it nice and close to our path for our guests to be able to see. And I still want this to be like not too large. Let's kind of just go with a just a little habitat to start. Let's maybe lower this to 8 meters now. And then I can maybe get it going out like that. And kind of just like this, maybe come in a little bit. And then I can kind of just wrap around here. Right to our entrance. I think that will be a nice little habitat. And let's go back to our Zoopedia. We didn't actually order these yet, so let's go ahead and do that. I think I wanted 1 male. And let's adopt him. Let's adopt her. Actually, we didn't really pick the best male. And in fact, this guy seems to be the best. He's 4.1 years old. I don't know what I want to do with this little guy. I guess we could just release him. Release to the wild. Let's do him a favor. It is lucky day. Off you go, even though our zoo is better than the wild. Let's get this guy instead. So he costs quite a bit. Ooh, we also have this one that just came out. 3 years old. Ooh. He's tempting. He's a lot better. Okay, let's actually get him instead. And then our females. Let's get them. So they're waiting at our trade center. Let's get all of these Arctic foxes. And let's send them to our quarantine area right off the bat here. So then they can get them ready to go. Okay, that's good. And then depending on how, let's kind of check this out. So we go to our Zoopedia again. We have our natural habitat. So our grade, it looks like it has to be at least 4.125 feet high. And that is feet, not meters. So we got to make sure we take care of that. And I guess first of all, what's our terrain? Oh, we got tons of space. They will have plenty of space. In fact, should this be a wolf area instead? Let's check that out. Let's maybe get, we have our Arctic foxes already. So let's just maybe get Arctic wolf. And those might be kind of cool. Let's see how much area they require. Oh, wow. They actually need quite a bit. They need quite a bit. So what we could do is maybe just make this a little bit smaller. Maybe. What do we think? Let's maybe just link this up really quick. Let's lower our size. These are our staff paths. Let's just get we can kind of just connect it here. Let's just go to a 2. Let's just connect that really quick. Then we need to decide if we want to make this a little bit smaller. I guess we could maybe, like, it doesn't need to be that big. Like, I'll maybe just delete these. Let's go a little bit, and maybe this one we could delete. And then we can kind of just connect up with these. So let's edit our barrier now. And let's go back to our curved. And then I guess I could just start curving it in like this. Kind of just like that. And then over here I might delete that as well, just to create a little bit more space. Then we can just connect it up like that. I feel like that's nice. That should be a better size for sure. Okay, 788. That should be lots. They should be able to have babies. They should be able to thrive in here. I'm excited for that. As far as our height here, how high is this? I guess we'll kind of just have to edit our barrier here. Let's grab all of it. That is 2 meters. We're actually going to need that. Oh. This shouldn't be, what's I think 1 meter is about 3 feet. So I think 1.5 might be good. I'm actually going to do some quick math. ChatGPT, help me out. Okay, so that's about 1.25 meters. So I think 1.5 will be just fine. We still want a little bit of height. Maybe to make it a glass panel. No, let's maybe go like, maybe 1.3. 1.3 should be perfect. 1.3, okay. That should be a lot better. We'll kind of get that for our main habitat. And then whether or not we can make this glass is a question. So let's, one-way glass maybe? Yeah, I guess we could just do that. One-way glass or just glass. Let's just go with one-way glass. And then we can just kind of enable some of these to be glass. Maybe this one as well. Then obviously we'll have to fix that. So I think that should kind of allow them people to see all of our animals. I think that'll be awesome. And then let's kind of get these set up. So we already have these set up, which is good. This one is not, so we'll have to flip that. Let's go to here and let's, where was this? Okay, there we go. I kind of just put in one-way glass again and it just kind of worked. So that should be perfect. As far as over here, yeah, let's kind of keep that wooden. I'd also like to maybe have a path kind of going through here for people to see on this side as well, maybe. It doesn't make sense to have them just on the edge. Let's maybe do that. Let's just take a path going through here. Maybe like a size 6. And we'll kind of just get going right on the edge of this. Kind of just like this, and then we'll curve around to be able to see all of our animals on this side. I don't know if I want to go out quite that far, but I think that should work just to at least see. So I think that should be great. Actually, if that's all that's for, what we could do is maybe just take a smaller path. Let's maybe just do a 4. Let's just get going straight up, and then we can kind of curve around. Just like that. I think that should be perfect. Now let's go ahead and edit our barrier, and now we can open up a couple of these. I think maybe just like that. We can kind of do a one-way glass. So let's go ahead and do that. This one, let's try and flip around. We can switch it. Okay, that's perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. This one we'll kind of just leave as wooden, just to have some more structural. I don't know if I can fully trust these, but that should work out. Okay. Now let's go ahead and check our quarantine zone. Let's see how they're doing. Are they in here? All animals? Nothing's in there? Oh, no power. Okay, so we need some power. We do have some power off of this. So I guess let's go to our heat maps here. Go to power, and we are just outside the zone. Okay, so we will need some power over here. So I guess what we could do, let's get some power right off the bat here. Utilities, solar panel might be kind of nice. We also have our transformers. We have a lot of money, but I think just for this area, let's just get a transformer. And let's maybe get this maybe kind of tucked into here. I don't think anybody should be able to see that. I think that should be perfect. And then we'll just take a path right off of here. And then we can just connect it right to there. Okay, that's awesome. So now we have power. That is lovely. Let's see if our animals are in there yet. So we're still kind of taking them from our trade center over. So that's good. Oh, we also have this little guy's glitching out. Might have to just delete that. Go for the aesthetics over everything else. So that's good. And then if we wanted to get our Arctic wolves, it probably makes sense to build it kind of near here. Let's maybe get rid of a couple of these trees. Maybe just like those. And then let's get our habitat in here. So for this one, we just have our wooden fence. I guess we could maybe get our wooden get. Oh, we get a guest gate? What? That's actually pretty cool. I might have to mess around with that, but let's just get our wooden habitat gate here. And then I guess they could maybe just enter in through here. Now let's make sure this is equal distances apart. I think that should be good right there. Okay, that's awesome. Let's turn this to curve. 8 meters should be just fine. And let's just kind of go around this equal distances for the path kind of there. Then we can just curve it around this way. And these wolves will actually need quite a bit of space. Let's just kind of do this. Let's go back over here and let's get a path kind of going around here. Give them some remote area to kind of live. I feel like this should be a pretty big enclosure. Then over here we can increase to 12, just to kind of make it a little bit quicker going across. Let's maybe get going up and let's utilize some of these trees. Maybe just like these. Might even move those into the habitat. Kind of just like that and then reconnect. Okay, I actually don't mind that. Let's see how big this is. So we got 3.6 thousand meters squared. So if we go to our Zoopedia, I feel like that should be plenty. So we got our wolves here. So let's see what we got. Zoopedia. If we add 2 other adults to this, yeah, that should give them plenty of space actually. So what we could do is maybe even make it a little bit smaller. I feel like it doesn't need to be this large. So let's go ahead, let's edit our barrier. Let's maybe just delete all of that. And then we could fix this. Kind of just like this and then get going out. Let's maybe lower this to 8 meters again. That looks quite goofy, so I'm just going to take this maybe back to here. And then I might be able to get this coming back in. Just like that. That doesn't look horrible. In fact, I kind of like it. Let's see what size that is. That should be absolutely perfect. Yeah, we got lots of room for them to kind of run around, move around, and be free. That should be quite nice. Okay. Let's get some of these to be... Actually, let's maybe find out what height they work at. So let's go... So kind of about the same size, actually. I'm surprised they can't jump any higher than the Arctic Fox. In fact, I'm pretty sure the other one is a little bit higher. So let's just go with the same height, which was 1.3 meters everywhere. Okay, that's good. Let's edit our barrier and kind of lower this to 1.3 just in case. Let's I could probably keep it about the same just so it looks nice. Okay, that looks good. Okay, and then some of these we will make our glass one-ways. And then this one we'll have to kind of switch around. And then I guess throughout here, we could also have some one-ways. Maybe like up to there, we could maybe... And then maybe over here, we could have a couple of them as well, just so they can really see what's going on. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We already have guests. Okay, we have some guests. So let's order in some of these guys. So I think if we had a male, this guy's probably unique. I'm gonna go with him. Let's maybe adopt him, and maybe 2 females as well. Longevity, so getting a little bit old there. I guess we can maybe just start with a male and a female to start. Then they could have some babies. So there we go. Let's get those guys over to our... Let's send them to our quarantine zone here. Okay, that's awesome. And then we also have these guys in here. Our little Arctic foxes. I think they are good to go. Yeah, we got check marks. Quarantine complete. Let's get them in this habitat. Okay, that is awesome. The other thing I'd like to do is maybe fill in some trees in here, but we're also going to need some bathrooms and some buildings for our folk here. So we have a nice little Christmas. I actually love the Christmas theme. That's going to look quite nice. Let's go to our guest facilities. And then Arctic shops. We got large. Obviously, might want some Arctic shops. So I think as soon as you enter in, I feel like we could have maybe something. Actually, I'm going to get maybe an information center there. Well, let's just get some of these. Then I could tuck that right about there. I think that might look nice. Actually, I might angle that a little bit better. Kind of just like that. That should be a little bit better. Okay, let's get some shops in here. And in fact, maybe get some toilets, because we don't have any toilets available for our people. So maybe this could go as soon as you enter in. Where could we... Did I just see snow fall off the trees? That's so cool. I guess over here I could put some toilets. That actually meshes in quite nice. Let's get our toilets there. That should make people nice and happy. And then we have some small ones. Arctic Zoo entrance? Oh, whoa, that's kind of cool actually. Can I just replace this building with that? Not hard it. Let's see if we can use that. Ah, shoot. Whatever. Let's just leave that one. Animal Encounters Hygiene Station. That's kind of cool actually. A little bit of hand sani for everyone. Okay, we got some shops. So let's get a small one here for our information booth. And or we can maybe have it like kind of just like that maybe. Okay, let's get some shops in here. So information center. Let's obviously get in here. Let's edit our group. And then if we go by shops, let's go to facilities. Let's see what we can get. So information, obviously we'll want an information center. Let's spin this around till we see people. There we go. Now let's take a path right off of here and then maybe just connect it right up like that. That's perfect. Hopefully they're heated in there. That dude's just rocking a t-shirt. I love it. Okay, that's awesome. That'll be to buy our passes. And in fact, let's maybe set some of those parameters. So we have our zoo overall. I guess we could maybe raise this to maybe 5 for adults and $3 for our child. Until they complain otherwise, I guess we're gonna find out about that. And then we have a couple of other buildings that we could put in here. Go back to our facilities. Let's get a food stall. So we got our chief beef, our Bernie's bakes. Let's maybe start with a... What's nice and like... What's the thing you dream of having? Maybe pizza in the Arctic. Gotta go with a pizza pen. And then as far as a drink place, something warm. As soon as you get to the park, I think that would help kind of warm up our guests. Is there a coffee place? Street Fox Coffee. Absolutely perfect. That's exactly what we want. Let's take a path here and maybe let's see if we can just like make that as wide as possible. Is it possible to get both of them off there? Shoot, okay, I don't think that's gonna work. Let's just go with a 4. Let's just connect right up like that. And then just like that. I think that should be just fine. Awesome, we can open those up. And that's a nice little start to our park here. We have our Arctic foxes in here. Let's take a look at these little guys. Let's see our camera. Oh, look at them in the tall grass. These things are tiny. They are absolutely tiny. So obviously we're going to need some stuff for our little Arctic foxes. So let's get some stuff. Let's go to our habitat. And let's see what they require, obviously. So terrain, hard shelter. They will need a hard shelter. Let's go to beds and shelters here. So we have animal burrows small. So I suppose we could maybe have a large one, just a kind of a larger one. We also have aquatic penguin shelter, Arctic. Oh, these things are barking at us. That scared me. Yeah, let's just get some animal burrows. So I guess these could maybe just go maybe kind of tucked in, maybe back here. We could have an animal burrow. Let's see. Is that enough hard shelter for these guys? How much do we require? I don't even know if that's the right one, actually. Let's go by species instead. So we have Arctic fox is what we require. Okay. So these guys actually want a bigger shelter. There's no way you're getting this. You don't deserve that. You're just tiny. So I guess let's get rid of our little burrow. I don't think they really care about that. Let's just get like a... Oh, that is way too big. Yeah, I don't need any of those. Let's just get like a little coop. I guess this would make them quite happy, wouldn't it? A little coop? A little chicken coop for our Arctic foxes? Let's see if that makes them happy. 42%, so we actually might need another one. No, okay, let's get a little bit bigger here. Maybe like one of these. Actually, let's go a little bit bigger. We don't need to chintz out on our Arctic foxes. Let's get a nice big shelter here. And we might actually have to lower this a tiny bit. Let's see if we can go ahead and lower that down a tiny bit. Right to the ground. Okay, that's awesome. Now, let's see if that makes them happy. 79%. Honestly, I'm happy with that. I might be able to get something. Whoa. Is that a wolf? Okay, it's Arctic fox. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he escaped or something. Okay. Nice and happy there. Grass. Let's start sorting some of that out. So let's go to our terrain. Let's start painting in some stuff here. So let's maybe lower our size. We got lots of land space, so that's perfect. So grass. They might want a little bit of short grass. In fact, yeah, we definitely have too much long grass in here. And I love how it kind of makes it so you can see it a little bit better. Just like that. Okay. Did that give us any more short grass? We also need some more soil, so let's go ahead and throw some soil in here. Kind of just throw it here, and we obviously have a lot of snow, which is really hiding a lot of this. There's not much we can even really do about it. I think that's even why a lot of it's kind of grayed out. Like rock, we could also get some rock in here. Maybe kind of just where some of their, they can sleep on rocks. Maybe they're kind of burrowing animals. Okay, honestly, that's fine. All of the snow is kind of negating all that anyway, so let's just go ahead and move on with our environment. So coverage, let's go to our tundra. And we got some aquatic nature scenes. Look at that. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I feel like I have to get this thing. I'm gonna have to get that somewhere. So let's get maybe a little sculpture here. We already have one. Yeah, we put that over there. I love that it just like automatically is covered in snow. Let's get this here. I feel like that's pretty cool. Go ahead and do that. Let's go to our biome. Let's go to tundra here. And for our trees, I guess we could maybe get some trees in here. Let's kind of just litter this with some trees. Maybe go with like, is this all the really trees we have? We could maybe get some of these kind of in here as well. Actually, let's maybe get rid of that one. Let's put that there instead. And I could maybe have a nice large one over here. Actually, I don't really like the large one. Let's go with like a medium. And I feel like that might be decent coverage for... Yeah, let's maybe go like that. That might be a little bit better. And then maybe a small one, right, kind of in the middle there. I think that should be plenty of coverage. Yeah, that looks pretty good for them. As far as enrichment items goes, we're gonna need some of those. So food and water, we're good. Heaters and coolers, we don't need a cooler. Enrichment items, so we got our bamboo feeders, we got our blood scent markers. Let's throw a little cardboard box in there for them. Let's maybe have a little cardboard box. Let's maybe get a, no, not a water sprinkler, a Skittle feeder. They get Skittles? I want Skittles. Let's get a little Skittle feeder for those guys. And let's maybe get a bamboo feeder as well. So this we can maybe put back there to make them nice and happy. And we'll also need some more toy enrichment, so let's go ahead and get some more toy enrichment. Maybe a blood scent marker. Maybe just under the trees there. Oh my gosh, we actually need more. Maybe a gift box. Let's maybe get another cardboard box here. Maybe kind of back there. Oh my gosh, we still need more. That's insane. Okay, maybe a sprinkler. No, not a sprinkler. Let's get a gift box for these guys. I can't believe how much they need. They are needy little things. Yeah, honestly, I think that should be nice and happy. Welfare, everything's good. Nutrition is going up slowly. Habitat. I think they should be quite happy in here. As far as our beds and shelters, we can get some of these in here as well. And I feel like that might increase their shelter. So I could kind of get some of a little bit of plants in here maybe. Maybe a nice large one and then maybe a little bit of plants. Kind of just back there. And maybe just a little bit up here as well. Okay, I think that should be just fine. And then, you know what we could do? We could maybe get some smaller plants in here. Maybe like a little... Let's kind of just make it a little bit nicer. Look at them playing with their boxes already. Let's kind of just put some of this stuff at the bottom of the trees. Make it look a little bit nicer. Maybe get a couple of rocks. Maybe just like... Just right there, right on the edge of where the snow is kind of covering and not. Maybe a little bit of this moss. Look at them playing in the box. They are loving that. So we need some donation boxes first of all. What kind of zoo would we be without a donation box? So let's go to our, I think, facilities. Bins and benches. Or where is it? Guest facilities? Okay, we have no donation box. I don't know where to even get them. But I guess we'll just kind of do that. So let's put one right there. We can get maybe one right there as well. Oh, we have so much garbage. We need some bins throughout here. Actually, let's take one. Let's put one right here instead. Kind of just like that. And then we could have maybe a couple over here. I guess maybe have them on the outside. Then maybe one over there as well. Okay, that's good. And then we'll also need some more bins. So let's get rid of our donation. Let's get some bins. Are there maybe like Arctic ones that we could get? New World. And kind of just classic Planet Zoo. Yeah, we have African, okay, Arctic bins. There we go. Let's go ahead and get some of these. So we could probably put some of those right next to our garbages. Or our donation boxes. Maybe one right on the corner. Might be just fine. We're already getting some donations, which is quite nice. I definitely enjoy that. We have our bathrooms here. Let's maybe get a garbage there. And obviously throughout here we will need some garbages. Let's kind of just get a few of these in here. Just like that. I think that should be just fine. And then we might even need a little bit more nature in here. Maybe some picnic benches might be kind of nice in this area. But I'm already liking that quite a bit. See, we have lots of guests kind of coming this way and they're freezing. Well, who told you to wear a t-shirt to a Arctic zoo? Okay, how can we keep our guests warmer? There's gotta be a way. We also have these that we can get. So we have our ambient speakers are... Wait, what are we looking for? We want educational speakers. Let's get some of these. Maybe right there. Maybe one over here as well. We don't want to overlap with this if we can help it. So I guess let's just educate them as they come in. Then over here, obviously we might have to educate them. Let's get this one for our wolves. Okay, so let's set this one. Arctic Fox. Adjust our range. We have one right there as well. Honestly, what we could do is just, I'm going to move this right in the middle. And then I can adjust our range a little bit bigger. It's going to be absolutely blasting. But that's fine. Okay, Arctic Fox there. And then where was this one? So this is for our other one that we haven't put in there yet. Okay, there we go. These guys seem to be nice and happy. You know what we could do? Let's get a little bit of water in here for these guys. Should we throw some water in here? Maybe some calm water. Obviously we'll have to sculpt it in here. I don't know where I'm even gonna put this. I mean, we got our little water bins. It's just gonna freeze anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just leave that, actually. Let's leave that. We got our little Arctic Fox den in here. That is perfect. They're gonna have babies. They're gonna be nice and happy. We got so much garbage to clean up. Where is our... Okay, there they are. They're slowly cleaning it up. They're gonna start working their way over here. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's get our other one in here. So obviously in here, let's get some food and water for our Arctic wolves. So let's go by species. Arctic wolf. Okay. So what do they want? Let's maybe get them a large food tray. And that we can maybe put right there. I like to put it kind of near where people can see. And let's get a large water bowl as well. And I suppose we could maybe put that right next to there. Maybe right in the shade. Okay, so they're going to have some food as they enter our zoo. Okay, so let's grab all of our wolves. We got Akna and we got Nunik, so that's perfect. Let's move them into our wolf habitat there, so that should be perfect. Okay, so we got them coming in here. As far as our nature, we could probably even start doing a little bit of this prematurely. So tundra, should we go by species? No, we can't even really. Let's just get some trees in here, start making this look nice. Let's get a little bit of shade for these guys as the days go on. And I don't know where we want to put our shelter. I mean, this is a pretty big habitat. You know what we could do, actually? I kind of want to limit this. I'm just going to pause this for a second. What's the size here? I feel like they have way too much space. Let's just make this a little bit smaller if we can. So let's maybe delete a few of these barriers. And then I can kind of just get this going in like this a little bit sooner. Let's do that instead. This one, we can get our one-way glass. And obviously we'll need to switch that. That's a little bit better. I still maybe would have liked to have this like kind of like a boomerang shape. I don't know how much of that we really even changed. I'm gonna fix this one sec. I'm gonna take this kind of this way. Let's go with a curved one. And then I'm gonna slowly start curving up this way. And kind of go for a more boomerang shaped. I think I like that a little bit more. And then let's see, I think they should still have lots of space. Let's press play. It'll recalculate. So 2,200 meters squared. That's still lots. So I think that should be plenty. Okay, let's go ahead and edit our barriers. Let's set all of these to be our wooden barrier. Just like that. And then maybe we could have this as a one-way glass as well. Yeah, I think that should be fine. We got our one-way glass going the right ways. Okay, that's good. I think that looks a little bit better. And in fact, this looks a little bit weird having just this one being wood. In fact, I could maybe do... I still like the wood look, so let's kind of just go with like something like that. Just give them a little bit more privacy. I think I like that. So we have our wolves in here. Let's take a look at these bad boys. Oh yeah. I love the graphics in this game. Like you can literally see each individual fur. Those guys are huge. Let's actually compare them in size to our little Arctic wool, our Arctic little cats here. I'm gonna call them foxes. That's kind of cute. Okay, so we're gonna need some stuff over here. We have our food, we have our trays. Now let's make sure we actually have some food. Here are these guys. Keeper requested. Call keeper urgently. So we gotta make sure we get some food in here for these guys. I don't know if we do have that quite yet. So hard shelter. Obviously we'll need some of that. So let's go to here. We're under Arctic Wolf. I think we could probably go with like a... I mean, over here we could probably do something bigger, but don't necessarily need something that big. I think maybe something like this I could probably put in here. They could maybe even live like over here. Might be kind of cool. No, let's maybe put them in this corner for their house. And that should be plenty of hard shelter for them. Let's move this down a touch. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. Oh, freaking out. And then I could probably get some little burrow things or little nestling cozy, some nestling cozy vibes in here. Maybe like a something cool in here. Let's get like a large one maybe. Maybe some of that. Just kind of have a nice place for them to kind of nestle in there. I think that should be perfect. I don't think they can escape. Oh my gosh, they could totally get out of that. I don't know. It says they can't, so let's just go with that. They got lots of space to run around, and they have officially gotten out of it. Oh my gosh. Wait, you promised. I need to pause this really quick. What the heck? Let's go to Zoopedia. It said, okay, grade 2. What the heck does that even mean? So 4.3 feet it has to be. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're going to have to raise our barrier here. Let's go ahead and edit this. Select all of it. That's insane. Wait, 4.3 feet. 1 second. Okay, I actually need 1.31 meters. To be safe, I don't want this ever happening again. Let's do 4.4 meters. Maybe even 4.45. Or 1.45. Let's do that. That was absolutely terrifying. We need to box this guy up. So let's call emergency capture animal, tranquilize and box this animal for a fee. No, let's just, I guess we might have to. Let's press play. We gotta box him up. We don't want all of our animals to be our people to be too happy or unhappy. So if we can move this guy, I don't know how we go about doing that. Should be able to relocate them. Okay, well, that's absolutely terrifying. There's no emergency animal shelters for our people. Yeah, there we go. Our keeper's gonna... Oh my gosh, they could still jump out. Okay, this is a problem. I'm just gonna raise this up. I think it's lying to us. I don't know what the problem is. Let's just raise this up to like... Let's select all of it. Just like, honestly, 2 meters. That's gonna keep being a problem, and we don't want anybody being eaten. So let's just raise that up. I don't think they can get out of that now. So let's do emergency box up here. Costs an extra $1,000. Oh gosh. Okay, we'll kind of see if they can get out still. Hopefully they can't. Let's make these guys a little bit happier so they don't feel the need to escape. All that grass. Let's maybe get rid of some of the grass. I don't really like all that tall grass, like especially around here. Let's kind of just get rid of some of it. Just like that. That's all we really want to do. And like I put all that rock and stuff down here. In fact, we can maybe do a little bit of that. I feel like it kind of added a little bit of something. Let's just get some rough rock and spread that in throughout here. I think it just makes the snow look a little bit better anyway. Let's kind of just throw some of that in there. Maybe a little bit of soil. A little bit of soil here and there. Okay. I don't think they can escape now. I don't think these guys can escape. I don't know why it said. I don't know. I could be wrong. Okay, as far as environments, so we need a little bit more coverage. This is an incompatible tree, so let's just remove that, I guess. And for some reason, yeah, I don't want any trees. Tundra. Let's just go by continent. North America. Let's see if there's any trees. I mean, we've got these black spruce trees are pretty cool. Okay, they're happy with those, so I'm happy with that if they're happy. We have a couple taller ones in here. These are like full-on Christmas trees. Look at these things. Let's get a couple of these kind of in here. Kind of just like that. These are so cool. And in fact, I feel like they might not like these as well. I'm gonna have to look into that, but I can maybe get like a broken birch tree in there. Maybe get a couple more trees. Kind of just like that, and then maybe some smaller ones over here. Maybe a medium-sized one. Kind of just like that. And something like that. I don't know. I think it looks pretty good. I need something to go over here as well, so let's maybe get like maybe a bigger tree. I think that should be plenty of coverage for them. As far as our enrichment, let's kind of get those set up as well. So food and water, we're already good for that. Enrichment items, let's just go by food enrichment first. Let's get a dog ball, even though they're technically dogs, I guess. Let's get a pinata zebra. Let's maybe get a pronghorn instead. Okay, that's lots of food enrichment. Let's get some toy enrichment now. What might be cool? Maybe like an ice ball. I feel like that's kind of fitting. And then maybe a large snowball. Yeah, I gotta get that. That's kind of cool. And a prey scented sack, maybe. Let's just get that. Maybe just like that. That should be plenty of enrichment. And they are nice and happy already, so that's perfect. Let's see if we can get a couple more plants in here to make this a little bit nicer. So North American, we want our ice rocks in here. Maybe kind of like snow ones instead. Snow rocks. We can also just get rocks and they'll just kind of... Let's maybe do that. Let's get like a platform up here. And then we can kind of just build something like that. Let's see if they can kind of climb that. I wonder. I feel like it just adds a little bit of something. Yeah, they're going to jump up there maybe? Come on. Up you go. Might have to get a smaller one. Maybe something a little bit flatter. Maybe something like that actually. Let's kind of raise it up like that. Just so they can go up there maybe. And then we can maybe get some smaller ones to bridge the gap. Let's see. I feel like that should be decent. Let's just go with that. And then is there something else we can put in here that would be cool? Not that. Other rocks. We got some volcanic ones. Yeah, that's actually pretty sweet. And in here, I might actually get a, maybe a tree. Whoa, what are these ones? Yellow cedar tree? I don't know if I like those. North American. Let's go right to the top. And let's get our black spruce trees in here. Let's maybe get one right at the top like that. And then maybe a smaller one. Maybe just like that. That's actually kind of cool. And then I might actually delete that. And move this one. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe just like right there. Okay, that's actually a cool little set piece. Hopefully they can actually climb that. But they should be nice and happy in there. And if they're happy, I'm happy. We got lots of garbage picked up already. And they love to litter. They absolutely love to litter. Okay, let's go to our heat maps really quick. Animal welfare. So I think they are nice and happy. Oh my gosh, we already have so many little babies. Look at them all. Look at them all. Also, we've had babies in Planet Zoo forever. How did they just now release babies in Jurassic World? I mean, they're pretty cool, but look at these little guys. Little foxes. Okay. I don't know if that's enough space for all of them. Yeah, we still have plenty of space, so they're nice and happy. Hard shelter, we will need some more of that. And in fact, I might have to apply some contraceptives to these guys, so we don't have any more babies. Where's our other ones? Here's another one. Okay, let's apply those. Then all of these little guys will also do, and then they can have like a nice happy little family in here. Original to the original animals that went in here. I think that should be perfect. Hopefully there isn't one that I missed. Okay, we're gonna need another shelter in here. Oh, we're dumping some food in there, some nice meat. Some nice meat. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Let's maybe get a shelter. Is that the one we have? This one might actually be a little bit bigger, unless it's the same. I think it might be the same. That one's quite large. Let's just get a smaller one in here. And this we could just kind of lower down. Just like that. How does that look? It doesn't come out of here too much. In fact, let's maybe move it over a little bit. Just so it's not outside. Okay, that's not too bad. If I can lower it just a tiny bit more, maybe. Nope, that's all we can really do. That's fine. Let's get rid of this tree. And then maybe this bush as well. And then we could add some of our little pads in here as well. Let's just kind of get a nice big one in there. Okay, that should give them plenty of space. Let's see, this one's taking a dump. Let's see. Okay, that's a hard shelter. They probably even want a little bit more though. Oh well, that's probably fine. As far as their environment, okay, it looks like they are happy with those Asia large trees. So that's fine. I like this little enclosure. I might actually do something similar over here. Let's make this look a little bit better. So let's go to our fancy rocks. That gives these ones. Let's get maybe something like that built up, and then we can kind of just build around it somewhat. Just kind of add some rocks in here. Maybe a nice platform like that. And then it'd be kind of cool if we had... Yeah, we can literally just do that. That's not too bad. So I pressed V there. That's actually kind of cool. And then I think it just applies it to wherever it can go. It's actually quite neat. And let's just get some rocks in here. And then maybe something else cool. Let's maybe go... I want this one actually. I already have it. But I feel like this might look kind of cool. Maybe even just on the ground. Where do I want to put this? Maybe just like that. I like that. And let's get some trees in here. Our wolves are making a whole lot of noise. And then we'll throw in some of these. Maybe a smaller one. Actually kind of like it just like that. That looks pretty good. Maybe another one back there. Okay, that looks pretty sweet actually. I don't mind that. It's a little bit bare over here, so I could probably get something, but I mean, maybe another tree. Couple of trees in here maybe. Kind of just like that, I don't know. It's nice and filled in. Okay, I like that. We have lots of guests at our park. We have 438 actually. And they are somewhat happy. We need a little bit more education though. So we might think about getting some more education. Hunger, thirst could be a little bit better. So in fact, yeah, these lineups are probably a little bit big. Let's get some more variety in here. Let's get another one of these. Can we just copy that and throw another one right in here and kind of just angle it like that. Just go ahead and do that. Maybe just like right there. I don't mind that. And then these guys I will delete because I don't want too much variety. Let's select our group and let's get some buildings in here. So let's go with some food. Cosmic Cow milkshakes, that's probably a little bit cold. Gulpy slush. Actually, we probably need a little bit of merchandise as well. What could we get for some loony balloons, just a memento? Let's maybe get just a memento in here. And then I wouldn't mind getting some more food. Food and thirst to kind of ask for. Bernie's Bakes, that's kind of warm and cozy. So let's maybe get one of those. And let's get some paths going to here. So what do I want to do? 4 meters. If I can just kind of connect it like that. That should be just perfect. Okay, those are open for business. I'm excited about that. Let's maybe take a couple more garbage cans and move those over. Just like so. They kind of look like cannons coming out of a cannon ship. Or a, what do you call that? A ship? I don't know. Cannons coming out of a ship. That's all it really is. Let's get some more construction buildings here. So Arctic buildings. I wouldn't mind some more kind of cool, just decorative buildings in here. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Let's just get like just some more buildings in here might be kind of cool. This one's nice. It's got a little patio. Okay, so that's actually, ooh, where can I put this thing? I can maybe even put that right. Maybe right on the corner. I don't know. Let's maybe save that one. I don't know where I want to put that one quite yet. Let's go to our facilities. If we go to our food, I guess let's go to all. And then we can get some Arctic buildings here. So let's go Arctic exhibit. So we got our exhibits. We're looking for some shops. Workshop, veterinary clinic. Let's just kind of get that right there. And then in here I could have another drink place. We need more of those for sure. So let's get another drink stall. We already have our coffee, pip shop water, smoothies might be kind of cool. Let's just get gulpy soda. It's not like freezing cold. People will be able to survive. And then let's take our path and just connect that like so. Okay, that should be perfect. And then in here I could probably have something as soon as people come in. Is there another like, I don't know. I kind of like this. Maybe something more Christmassy. Let's go to construction. There might be something like this building that's got one, something like that. Maybe as soon as people come in. I don't know. What do I want to do? This one's also kind of cool. Let's kind of just get that there, and then I could maybe get some Christmas trees around it or something. Let's go to our nature, and let's get some cool trees in here. Maybe like our spruce trees. Something like that. Are people... What? They're running? Wait, what? There's no way they got out again. That's absolutely insane. Where is he? Okay, let's maybe go to our heat maps here. Oh, we got a little puppy there. I don't know why they're all screaming. Oh, this little guy got out. Well, how the heck did... Oh, that's damaged. Oh my gosh, okay. He's doing some damage here, so let's maybe box him up. And we need to fix our gate. What the heck happened? Oh my goodness, okay, so let's just take this right off of here. Can I fix that? Maybe? Okay, I guess let's just delete that and then we can just connect that up. That's crazy. How the heck did they damage that? Okay, we gotta be a little bit careful, I guess. Sounds apparently they can just ram their heads through that. Might need like stone ones in here or something. Okay, interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. And let's take a look at our notifications here. Your zoo has no security guard. Only one of those. Ticket prices are underpriced. Well, your wish is my command. Let's raise this to like $8. Maybe $5 for a child. Okay, $5 should be just fine. Okay, animal berries are broken. Let's delete all of those. And we're gonna need a security guard per the park's request. So let's get a security guard here. Lots of these have been knocked over. So I might need to, can I fix that? Maybe somebody will come and tip that up. That'd be kind of nice. Let's maybe get another caretaker here. Oh my gosh, they're running again? Oh my goodness. Okay, this might not be feasible. Let's just close that in for a second. Let's figure out how we can fix this. Like, how is that literally just degrading? Barrier status. Barriers are very damaged. Needs a mechanic. Okay. Okay, well, I think we can just fix that with a mechanic. Because I don't think we have one yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Our security guard, entire zoo, mechanic, entire zoo. So they're going to do a little bit of maintenance on our fences. I think it's literally just breaking. That's all the problem is there. And then he can fix our garbage cans. Okay, that should be fine. All of these little guys are getting out. Oh no. We gotta call a vet to bundle these guys up. They're literally just falling apart. These little jerks. Look at these little things. Okay, they all got out, which is very sad. Our wolves are still doing alright. I might even have to get another mechanic. Honestly. Let's get another one of these guys. We got our mechanics here. Let's set them both to the entire... There, drop down. Perfect. Entire zoo. That should keep them nice and happy. Hopefully they can keep all of that fixed. Okay, now they're fixing some of the fences. That's perfect. Those little jerks, like it's literally just falling apart. Okay, well, that's chaotic. Hopefully our guests don't get too sad about that. What we don't want is the wolves to get out because of that. I think their barrier status, 53%. We need a mechanic to work on that as well. Okay, well that was hectic. Let's, can we edit our work zone? Yeah, let's edit our work zone. Yeah, we need to select all of these as well to put in that zone. And then we got our whole fenced in area. That's perfect. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I really like that. So what I might do actually, we have this path here. I think it might be a good idea. And maybe continue this path on. I think it's maybe a 7. Is that a 7? Maybe a 6? Okay, I think it's a 6. So let's just continue this on through here. And then I can kind of go out this way and expand a little bit. And then maybe get another habitat over here. As far as other things we could get, like we could obviously get like bears or something. Oh gosh, okay, we need to actually edit this. Let's just lock that in. Actually, we need a curved one. Okay. Then over here they have fixed it, so that's perfect. Our barrier status is 96% now. I think all of our little jerks, no, they're still running amok here. Urgently assigned. Let's just emergency capture him. Okay, I think that was the last one. So that's perfect. We're gonna get him ready to go, and let's maybe even get another. Oh, that was a lot to handle at once. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, aside from all that shenanigans, I think they should be good now. Our barrier status is 95%. I think they should be nice and strong now. Oh, this one's a little bit low though. But I think our mechanics should be able to take care of that. What else do we want to get? Let's take a look at the rest of our animal trading here. So we have Arctic wolves. Let's reset our filters. I think I might, maybe like a bear would be kind of cool. Maybe some kind of bear, a polar bear would be sweet. Let's actually search that up. Let's do polar bear. Polar bear, here we go. So these guys, they're probably going to eat quite a bit. 8.8 years old, 9.1. He's probably a little bit stronger, I'd say. Even though this guy has more points. Interesting. Let's go by the size. Obviously, if you're going to have a polar bear, people come to see the size. So let's adopt maybe one, or we could get 2 females maybe. A female polar bear? Let's just get one. Amaruk. That sounds like a nice polar bear that we could add to our park. So let's go ahead. Let's grab him and send him to our quarantine zone. And depending on how big of a space he needs, let's kind of look at our Zoopedia here. So they require, oh my gosh, they need a lot. Obviously they're quite a big, or they're a big animal, and they need lots of water too. So honestly, altogether, we're gonna need like 4,000 square meters here. So that could be a little bit interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that ready for him. So I guess we could maybe put him right here. We can kind of see how that would look. Let's just grab a habitat, or barrier, sorry. Let's go to gates, and obviously I think we'll have to get a metal gate this time around. Because obviously polar bears are quite large animals. And I guess we could maybe have our gate maybe just right off to the side like this. We can have it there, and then let's actually increase our length a little bit. Let's go to like 10. And let's maybe actually start this way. Let's go this way instead. And I guess I could maybe start curving around. Let's lower this a little bit. Maybe about 7, just so we can have a nice length. And then back to 10. Let's take it this way, and let's see how big of a sanctuary we need for this guy. Probably pretty large. I don't know if I want to build it necessarily like deep, or kind of just the longevity way. I think maybe something like that. Let's see how big that is. I guess if we go based off this, how much is this? This is actually 2,200. So, I mean, really, we just need to double that size. Let's get coming right off of here. Let's curve this again. And this we could probably start coming back. We could almost make this in the shape of a polar bear. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe something like that. Then have it start coming back in. Actually, let's maybe go back one. Let's start angling inwards like that. Okay, let's see how big that is. 3,800. That's actually pretty close. Might have to make it just a little bit bigger. So let's actually just go a little bit longer here. Let's edit this and maybe just take out that much. And then we could take this a little bit further down. And then come back to our habitat. I like the shape of that. I think that looks pretty good. It gives you some, you could probably put his house over here. This little habitat. So it's okay, so 4,400 square meters. That should be perfect. That'll allow for our water that we can put in here as well. So I don't know if he's ready to go. I guess let's start off. Let's get some food for him. Let's go to species. Let's type in, I guess we'll have to go manually here. Let's go to polar bear. There we go. I'd love to get some grizzly bears too. I can't imagine they would go well together. We'll probably want a large trough. And this we could probably put like right there, maybe kind of closer to our gate, our entrance. And then a water trough. I guess we could get him like a whole trough. Let's kind of put that maybe like right. I actually just went to a zoo and they had a polar bear. You could hardly even see him. He was kind of hiding in a corner, so I want to make sure you can actually see him. And I think that'll be good. You know what, actually, I'm just thinking about this now. I might add just a little bit of terrain in here. Just like, how does that look? Kind of like a little hill for them to play on. And then maybe even here I could just have a little hill. Like, how does that look? Oh, it'd be better if we could kind of actually go up to our rock. That's fine. Maybe back here we could have a little hill. We can kind of play in here. How does that look? Just adds a little bit of texture to the ground, if anything. I think that shouldn't be too bad. Okay, in here, like I said, oh, actually, wait, there we had where's our construction? We had like a waterfall that we saw earlier. Where was that? We have these ones, like this aquatic nature scene. I feel like this would be so cool to have in here. I would love to have this in here. So what I might actually do, it would be nice if we could get like a null barrier in here. So we could go, let's maybe just take out this section. And then I could maybe build up like a mountain here. I could probably do something cool. Let's get our terrain tool here. And let's raise up a hill. Let's increase our intensity, increase our size. And if we could kind of build that into a cliff face, that'd be kind of cool. Go ahead and do that and kind of hide this if we can. And then we can kind of just connect it via a null barrier. Let's build that up. Let's kind of see how that looks. So let's go to construction. And I'll have to go down to it again. Where was that? We got a little aquatic nature scene here. Oh, that's actually so cool. Okay, I'm literally just going to take this and maybe lower it a tiny bit. I still want it to be like kind of a... That's actually pretty cool. Let's put it right there. And yeah, actually, I don't mind that. Let's take our null barrier and then we can connect it back up. So let's go to barriers. So let's get our null here. So let's connect that. And let's make sure we're on null here. So actually right now he could probably climb that. So you might actually want to build that a little bit higher up. So let's get our terrain. Let's just kind of make this more of a cliff face. Just so he can't climb it as easy. Kind of like that. And build that up a little bit. Okay, how does that look with our snow? It doesn't look too bad. I could probably make this look a little bit better. Let's maybe pull it this way for a second. And then I could fill in, oh. Let's pull it this way. And then I can fill in this area a little bit with our terrain. Kind of just like that. And actually I might push this back a little bit. It doesn't need to be... I'd like to have a little bit more room if I can. Let's maybe do something like that. And obviously once our fence is higher, it should help with that as well. In fact, I might have to delete that. Let's go ahead and get rid of this barrier. As well as this one. And then I could maybe just get... what do we want to do with this? Let's fill this in a tiny bit more. Kind of just like that. Keep accidentally doing that. And then we can edit our barrier. And now I think we could come off of here. Let's see how that looks. And then we can kind of just connect up to there. For some reason that doesn't work. Let's go back. It can be kind of finicky sometimes. So let's just grab one off of here. And then hopefully we can reconnect it. There we go. Now we can reconnect that. That should be enclosed now. And now we'll kind of have to decide how we want this to look. I could probably take this even a little bit closer. Let's go ahead and take this guy. Let's move it back to there. I think that's perfect. And then right in here could probably be where our giant pond goes. Let's actually see. We could probably lower this a little bit. Let's lower it just like one. I think that'll be pretty good. I don't know if we can really come under here like a little cave. It would be kind of cool, but I think that should be perfect. And that should look good. Let's get this. Let's lower our terrain. So I'll have to kind of lower it in here. Now let's maybe just take it like this way. And obviously I'll probably have to... How much water does it need? Like 750 meters squared. I might actually have to take this and move it again. Just so I can actually lower where the platform is. Let's see if we can lower this a tiny bit. Just so it actually goes into the water. That's all I really want. So now we can move that back. Just like that, and then maybe even a little bit lower. No, I'm happy with that. I think I can maybe get it nice and level. So let's maybe lower a couple more spots here. And obviously we want to make sure he has some room to kind of pass through here. Just like that to the other side. We can maybe push it this way a tiny bit. Okay, let's kind of just see what that looks like. Let's lower intensity a tiny bit here. And then we can make a nice entrance to the water for him. Kind of on that side, and then over here I can maybe have one as well. How does that look? I feel like that'll get him down to the water. Let's plop in some water here. I guess we'll have to fix this quickly. Let's see what this looks like. Probably come up a little bit higher. Yeah, if we have it like right there, I think that should be perfect. That should give us quite a bit of water. Maybe even too much. Let's see here quickly. Let's check our land requirements. So we have, yeah, probably too much water. We still have lots of land area, but let's just get rid of a little bit of water. Maybe just on this side, just so we have some room to run around. So let's get rid of that water. Then we can grab our terrain. Let's kind of just fill this in a tiny bit more again. Kind of just like that. And then over here I could probably do a little bit as well. I could maybe even raise all that up. Okay, how does that look? This is kind of our main entrance where he's going to come, take a drink, and then I guess we won't need any water in this habitat if that's the case. Can I go a little bit higher? Tiny bit higher? Okay, that should be perfect. The only problem is that floods all of this. So I might have to build this up a little bit higher, just so it doesn't do that. Okay, let's see how that looks. And hopefully it's enough water. Let's see here. And honestly, that's probably good too. Let's just kind of put it there. And that should be plenty for him. Okay, how are we looking? So we got lots of water. I think that should be perfect. And I might just kind of clean up some of these areas. Yeah, just like here. Let's maybe actually just lower this a tiny bit. I kind of like that, honestly. It doesn't have to be right up to there. It would be nice if he could kind of come onto this platform, but let's see here. Let's maybe actually build this up a tiny bit more. Obviously, I don't want him to have like an escape route in here, so let's actually make that a little bit steeper if we can. So we can't get out. And in through here, I think that should be good. Okay, that is absolutely perfect. I can be happy with that. And now I'll probably have to get rid of their water trough as they have tons of water. Else maybe kind of smooth this area out a tiny bit. Just like that. Okay, I think that should honestly be really good. We could probably get our I guess first of all, let's go to our zoo and let's get our work zone kind of edited here. So we'll just add that, and I think everything else is good. I think that should be perfect. And in fact, I might even want another habitat worker. So let's get another keeper. And let's actually, I guess they don't technically know what's going to go in there yet. So let's go ahead. Oh, we have to get our size here as well. So I just want to check this again really quick. Animal trading, polar bears. So what height did they need? So I still don't know if this is like boundary requirements. So 6.6 feet. So I mean, technically that'll be like maybe 2 meters, 3 meters high. Let's maybe try 3 meters. Just to be safe. Let's edit all of it. Yeah, I guess for sure we'll need it 3 meters high. He shouldn't be any bigger than that. I think that should be perfect. And we'll have to edit our barrier as well. Let's edit these ones. I think I might want to take this up and make it a little bit higher maybe. Just to make sure he can't get out. And I'll probably put some rocks here to kind of ensure that he can't get out. It would be nice if I could just like drag this. Let's just kind of raise that up a little bit as well. Okay, now we need to get something in here. What we could do is just get, I guess just kind of raise this up. The only problem is it looks a little bit goofy, but let's just kind of go with that. Let's lower that down a tiny bit, and then I'm just going to throw some rocks in here. So let's go to nature. What kind of rocks can we put in here? These are actually pretty cool. Should I get some of these? I feel like this might be kind of cool in here somewhere. Maybe like right at the top maybe? I don't know. Let's maybe spin that kind of just like... No, we don't need to put this anywhere. Or maybe one of these little guys for these. Should build them a little rock thing in here. I don't know. Let's maybe focus on our polar bears for a second. Let's get... Obviously, they probably want more kind of like ice chunks kind of built up. But obviously, I think rocks should be just fine. So let's get some of these. I could probably put some of them kind of like that. Build this up a little bit. And obviously, I'll have to check and make sure that they can't get out. Let's kind of just make it look natural. I feel like that might even just help them. Let's maybe just build this up here, and let's actually align to surface. Let's turn that off. So we can kind of turn this whichever way we want it to go. I could probably get some of these as well. Let's maybe lower that a tiny bit. I could probably put that kind of built up like that. Now let's use a different one, maybe some of these smaller ones. Let's see if we can make this look good. And then maybe a big one on top. If we can find a nice big one. Kind of just like that maybe. I don't think he can get out. I guess we'll kind of find out. He might be able to kind of scale that little spot, but let's go ahead and fill in this area as well. So let's just kind of raise that up a tiny bit. Throw some rocks in here. And honestly, that's probably fine just like that. Let's maybe get some more jagged ones in here. If they're sharp and scary looking, maybe that'll turn them away from it. Kind of just like that. And then I could turn one in here. Okay, how does that look? Not horrible. This looks kind of bad. So I might even be able to just lower that a tiny bit. Let's maybe just throw in a rock like that. Okay, how does that look? So I guess we'll have to get the animal in there first. Let's go ahead. I guess let's get some glass here as well. You know what'd be cool? Let's actually do a little bit of barrier editing here. Obviously, this is where they are going to be mostly seeing all the way to the end, probably. Let's actually lift this up. Let's lift that up just so they have a nice view. And then I'm just going to set this to our glass. Let's see. Let's set that to our one-way glass. And then we'll have to flip it all. Just like that. I actually kind of like that. And then over here, I'll probably need to do the same. Oh, do we have protesters? Oh, we do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something's not happy. Do we have too many of these little guys? Or are these guys still stuck in their boxes? Oh gosh. Okay, well I guess we'll have to see where they're protesting. They could be, no, they're pretty happy. I bet you they're protesting our wolves maybe. Have we not fed them yet? Can we get some food in there ASAP? I have a feeling that is what they are mad about. I actually don't know why they're coming to protest. Interesting. Okay, let's get our polar bears in here. Let's take Maruk and move him into his enclosure. There we go. Delivery scheduled. Still have no... Where are these guys protesting? Or maybe they've stopped actually. Nope. They're still coming. I have no sweet clue. Okay, well, that could be interesting. We're gonna need a house for our polar bear to go into. So I guess we'll have to figure that out. Let's speed this up till we get him in there. Here he comes. Here comes Amaruk. Let's see what this guy looks like. I imagine this is probably too much grass for him. Probably wants a little bit more smooth snow. Let's take a look at this guy. That's a big box. Oh my gosh, to get out of there. That thing is massive. Honestly, not as big as I thought. I don't know. Enrichment. Okay, let's get him nice and happy here. So he needs a hard shelter. Let's go ahead. Let's go to our habitat. And let's get a shelter for our polar bear here. Maybe like a... Ooh. That would be kind of cool. What could we get for him? It'd also be kind of cool to build one for him, but let's get this. He could probably live kind of just over here maybe. Let's just put that kind of just like that. I feel like that's kind of cool. And then we might have to lower it a tiny touch. Just kind of do that. I don't know if he'll be able to go in there though. Can he? I think he should be able to. Okay, where is he? Oh, he's already swimming. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. So hard shelter, that's perfect. Oh, he just barely has enough space. Okay, that's interesting for both. Barely enough water. I think he should be nice and happy in there though. Let's take away some of this grass and put some short grass in here instead. I feel like he'll be a lot happier with some short grass or just snow, if anything. Okay, that should be fine. Deep water. Yeah, he does have quite a bit of deep water. Okay, let's get some coverage here. So let's go to nature. And we can just go to here. Okay, let's get some, let's go by our biome. So let's go to tundra. And now we can get some trees in here. So let's get maybe, I wonder how he'd fare with these trees. Let's maybe get some large ones. Maybe one right behind his little house there. Okay, he actually doesn't like these ones. So let's get rid of, let's put those back. Let's get rid of, oh no, he actually likes the trees we just put in. He doesn't like these though, which he might have to just get over. Let's be honest. They're in this. I feel like it looks cool. Gotta go for aesthetics sometimes. Let's get one of these, maybe kind of just right there. And maybe a bigger one, kind of just closer like that. Okay, coverage. He probably wants maybe a little bit more coverage. He's a bear after all. Let's maybe get a few of these. And maybe another one. Maybe just like that, just to have a little bit of coverage. I don't know what I want to do in here, but I could probably get like some trees just to kind of sort it out. Maybe some of these in here. Maybe it'll make it look a little bit better. And I could probably spin some of these around. Make this look a little bit better. Okay, what about these little plants? We could probably put these. What are these actually? Some tea. That's kind of cool. I could probably put these like right under here, maybe. Maybe kind of up there. And then kind of get a couple of them just around here as well. Go ahead and do that. Okay, he seems decently happy. He's got quite a bit of coverage, which is nice. I could probably put some of these over here as well. It's actually quite nice plants. I actually like these. And over here I could probably have some of these maybe along the rocks. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. We do have some protesters still. I don't know where they're even protesting, honestly. Okay, they're protesting over here. Maybe it's for the tipped garbage cans. Why are they protesting? They seem pretty happy. Maybe there's too many of them? Let's see here. So terrain. Let's get this. So they seems pretty happy there. Environment. The feeder is full. Social. Okay, bond in a status. No bond. Oh, we have oh, maybe they don't like the contraception. I don't know what I really want to do with that, I guess. But they are quite mad. Okay, what are they doing? They got tigers. They might just be protesting just for the sake of protesting, let's be honest. Okay. How else could I make it a little bit cooler in here? Maybe a couple more, like, something cool. Let's maybe turn off Tundra, and let's go to Continent and go to North America instead. I think there's some cool trees that we can put in here. A little bit of contrast, maybe. And what else could I get? Some beech trees. Wait, beech tree? Yeah, beech tree. I thought it was birch tree. Maybe just get a couple of these throughout here. Maybe a nice big one. Just like that. And then maybe a nice tall Christmas tree over there. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. What else could we do in here? Maybe a couple more plants. Like we kind of have these grass that we could throw in here. Actually, these probably go along the water a lot better. So let's maybe get some of these in here. Maybe some of this stuff. Actually, let's go with a bigger one if we can. Let's throw in some of that, and then I could probably get like a... Oh, that thing's huge. That's probably a little bit too big. Let's just do that. Okay. What else? I could probably get some lily pads in here. I don't know. It's not too many lily pads in the Arctic Ocean. Let's maybe get like some of these flowers maybe. Might be kind of nice just for a little bit of color. A little bit of color in here. Let's kind of just throw them in. Let's have this like moss that we could probably cover the ground with. Oh, there he is. There's Amaruk. Let's get a little bit of moss. And then in his bed, let's actually go to our habitat. Shelters. So let's get him some of this stuff. Maybe just a nice big one. Oh, let's actually align that to surface. Let's maybe do that. And then I might have to kind of turn it. Okay, that is fine. Okay, he seems decently happy in here. He is plenty happy with all of the... Wait, what? Where am I still? Where's our polar guy? Okay, enrichment. He needs some enrichment. So let's get some of that. Let's go to habitat. Food and water's good. Let's get some enrichment for him. So let's get... Ooh, gotta have a bob and drum. Gotta have a bob and drum. Maybe a large snowball he could play with. And maybe a herb center. Ooh, a scratching tree. Gotta have a scratching tree. So that's good for toy enrichment. Let's get some food enrichment now. Maybe like one of these would be kind of cool. Should put that maybe just like right there. Maybe an underwater fish feeder. We'll throw one in there. And a block of frozen fruit. I think that should be plenty. He should be nice and happy now. So we got our polar bear in here. Let's take a look at this guy. Having a nice little nap. Look at him. So I think he's going to live a nice happy life. Might have to get him a friend. And then we might even have to expand our sanctuary for him. But I think he's going to be pretty happy with us. Okay, our polar bear is currently taking a massive dump. Oh, stepped right in it. Okay, that's good. I'd like to maybe do something cool over here. We got basically nothing over here. I can maybe get him another house or something. Maybe another little pond. Let's maybe do like a nice little something with the rocks. Aquatic nature scene. Oh, this would actually be cool. Just so you can actually tell that it's in the polar bear enclosure. That's actually really cool. Let's go ahead and do that. These protesters are driving me absolutely crazy. I still don't fully understand what. Maybe it's because our box is broken. I don't know why they're so mad. Oh, unbox animal. Maybe that's why. Why the heck are these boxed up? Oh, that's definitely why they're so mad. So let's release all of them. Let's see if that kind of fixes those. Are they a little bit happier now? So they seem pretty happy. Terrain, all of that is good, so I don't know what they're up in arms about. They might be slowly peeling out. They're also very angry about the wolves here for some reason, even though they are 100% happy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll go away. Okay, protesting or angry about the low welfare of certain animals. Improve. Animals being protested. All of our Arctic foxes, I think, from using contraception, so I guess we'll turn contraceptives on. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe they're just protesting that I have spaded all of these animals. That's probably why. Yeah, they're packing up their signs. They're out of here. I seem a lot happier now. Okay, well, see you later, protesters. Thanks for coming out. Our people are super freezing. We need a way to keep them warmer. Is there a way to, like, warm them up or something? Guest facilities. Utilities. I guess maybe have, like... I need to kind of decorate our park a little bit more. With some more trees, maybe. Let's maybe do some decorating here. So let's go to our North America continent. And let's get some nice trees in here. Maybe kind of back here. Maybe flip some of these around and maybe let's get some nice big Christmas trees in here. Maybe kind of lined throughout here as well. I think that looks pretty good. And then I could maybe even put one back there. And kind of just litter this with some trees. Maybe one back there. Well, what are they protesting now? They're packing up their signs. Okay, well, let's get some donation bins. All of these are tipped over, which is a little bit annoying. Let's get some donation bins for our polar bear. So let's maybe get one there. And wherever they might kind of bunch up here, we'll get some donation bins. And we'll also need some more garbage cans. So let's maybe get some of those as well. Maybe kind of just throughout here. Next to there. And maybe even a speaker. So do we have a speaker? We got this little guy and it seems to be broken. I don't know what the heck happened with it. Let's do Arctic Wolf. Item has been vandalized and is non-functional. So there's a place to replace that. This is also broken. So let's set our size here. Quite a few people that would like to hear about our Arctic Wolf. Let's maybe do like that, get our education up on them, and then let's take this and move it over here. So we got our polar bear here. This we could probably just put where all our people are gathering. Might be pretty good. Let's set it to our polar bear. And that should be able to tell us about that. Oh, the other thing we could get is our facilities. Let's go to our media. And then we're going to need some of these little things. Habitat, educational boards.
Yes, let's definitely get some of these. So let's maybe put one right there. Fox about to have an offspring. Look at that. So this is our polar bears. And let's get a couple of these. And we'll probably need some power over here as well to actually power these up. Looks like that one has power, but we need some over here. Let's maybe get one just over here as well. And then we'll also get some where all of these guests are. Kind of bundling up. I don't want to block their views. Let's maybe just get one right there. And that is for our wolves. So let's set that up with our Arctic wolf. Okay, there we go. And honestly, maybe just one of those might be fine. Just to get some educational things going on. And then we'll also need one over here for these little guys. And set that to our Arctic fox. And then let's get a couple of them over here. Maybe one just like right there. Make cute little sounds. I kind of like that. Okay, we need to fix some of these garbage cans. So honestly, should we just replace them? They're only $10. And we need to get our security guard in here because we have lots of vandalism going on here. Those little jerks. Any other tipped over garbage cans? I don't think so. That seems to be it. Okay, that looks good. Let's maybe get another, like we have some shops in here. I think another little food court maybe in here might be kind of nice. So let's just take a path right off of here. Set it to maybe size 5. And then we could just kind of take a path just straight out like this. And then maybe just connect it like that. And then we can get some shops in here. Let's go to our facilities. Let's get our guest facilities. Now let's kind of do the same thing. Let's get some of these large ones. And I could maybe even put this, yeah, maybe in the middle. If I could have like, let's see if we can fit 2 in here. That would actually be kind of nice. Let's see if we can get a couple of these in here. Maybe even just like that. Now let's see if I can fit this one in here maybe. That's not too bad. I might have to move this one a tiny touch, but I think it looks pretty good for the most part. Let's make sure it's nice and symmetrical. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's get some shops in here. Let's go to our editor group and then let's get some shops. What do we want to get over here? So we could get maybe, what do we got? Ice cream would be kind of insane. Let's maybe get a chief beef. Mexalente would be nice. Let's actually kind of mix up the drinks. Like let's put a drink place over here. Maybe a gulpy slush there. And then let's go to this group. And then we can maybe get like a pip shot juice. And then a burger. We can get our Mexalente over here. It actually looks really cool. I like the way we have this kind of set up. And then in here I can maybe have a nice big tree. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Just right in between. That actually looks really nice. And then keep it nice and symmetrical over here. Flip it around. Okay, that actually looks really nice. And then over here, I don't know what I want to get. We'll probably need some benches for people to sit. Yeah, we probably want to do that. So let's go to our bins, our benches, all that stuff. Let's get some benches. We got our Arctic benches. These are actually kind of cool. Let's maybe just throw one right there. I could even have one maybe just over here. And then we can get a few of these kind of maybe everywhere where you can't see. I just don't want to block any views if we can help it. Well, let's definitely get some seating in here. Maybe over here we could have one right over there. Maybe right there and right in between there. That would kind of block views. You don't want to be that person that's on the bench and kind of blocks the view. So let's make sure we keep that nice and open. We'll get a couple of benches throughout here as well. And then maybe a bench for as you're waiting. I don't want too many in here. Actually, let's take that back. We don't need that many, I don't think. Let's just kind of get one there. And then maybe a couple throughout here. Let's maybe get one in the middle and one as soon as you enter in. That should be plenty of benches. I like that. Still doesn't take away from this main. This actually looks so good. I love how we have our shops kind of enclosing this side of the park. And then what I might want to do is let's get another tree over here. Just to kind of fill in this side maybe. Maybe a couple of little trees in here as well. Maybe a smaller one. Just to kind of enclose it a little bit more. This looks pretty good. This is actually probably needs to be... Nobody's going to come over here anyway, but this is kind of the entrance just for this. I wonder if I can actually just replace this maybe. Let's go to our staff path. Let's see if I can just replace that. Okay, there we go. And then over here, we'll only have staff path available for this. Okay, that should be pretty good. And then over here, I also wanted to limit this. I don't need any guests coming throughout here. So let's just get some staff paths over here. Okay, there we go. That's looking a little bit better, I'd say. Let's just get some more in here. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We got it all for the most part. And only a staff should be able to come through here now, so that's perfect. Okay, that actually looks really good. We got our Arctic foxes, our Arctic wolves, and our polar bears. So that's looking quite nice. Over here, we kind of have a nice little food court area. So I might even want to get a bathroom in here. And maybe a bathroom right in the center might actually be kind of nice. So let's see, security. This is actually kind of cool. You got little security things. Let's get, let's go to all. And then I want to go to our, where's our bathrooms? Arctic large. So let's make this a little bit bigger. And yeah, this I want to have kind of right in the middle here, if I can. Let's put that right in the middle, just like that. Then we have our bathroom set up. That's awesome. And then maybe we need to get some exhibits somewhere, actually. That'd be kind of cool. As far as our shops, let's get some small ones here. Or is that that's our large? Let's get small. So I think I could probably fit one small shop in here. Make sure it's facing the right way. I could probably fit this right. I don't know. I'll maybe just put a tree there or something instead. But what I could do is let's get maybe a large... Oh, let's do a small one first. Let's do a small shop here. And then we can get a large one. And then these could be equally distanced apart here. And then let's get a small one on the end, just to kind of complete this little section. Maybe put it right a little bit closer. Let's go right there. Okay, that's perfect. We got our bathrooms right there. That kind of completes this nice little, this is like just picture like a little wintry town in here. Little Christmas shops on the side. I think it's quite cool. So let's edit this. And what do we want to get over here? So let's maybe just go to like, maybe a merchandise shop over here might be kind of cool. Looney balloons. Gotta have loony balloons. Let's definitely get that. Now let's edit this one. Let's maybe get hats. Fantastic. Maybe do some hats. Actually, over here, let's get our hats. Let's get our hats in this building. And then this one could maybe be food. Ticket sales, finance, Bernie's Bakes. I don't think we have a Bernie's Bakes yet, so let's go ahead and get one of those. And maybe a Missy Good. Okay, there we go. That should be good. I don't know what these guys are doing. Are we out of money or something? Or I guess nobody's here yet. Profit this period, so we gotta wait for people to come this way, I guess, is the problem. I actually have no idea what they're doing. I have no sweet clue. Over here, so we have our staff facilities kind of over here. If I could, I'd like to maybe get another staff facility, but I think I could maybe have one. Where do I want to get one? This is kind of empty over here. I can maybe put a bathroom over here. Let's see, so we get some toilets. Let's get our Arctic toilet small, and then we can kind of just finish off this section like that with a toilet. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit of trees in here. I really like these trees, but it kind of only makes sense to have certain ones. Let's maybe just put maybe a large one back here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Over here, I'd like to get a staff building if I can. So let's maybe get our staff facilities and get our staff room. So we got our large one. I could probably get one of those, or maybe a small one even. Yeah, this could maybe go maybe just right behind these buildings, actually. Kind of just tucked in like that. I think that looks pretty good. And we could even get another keeper hut over here. Might be kind of nice. So where's our wintry keeper hut? I guess we could just get a small one. Yeah, let's just get one right there. And then honestly, that could pretty much be it for over here. What else would we really need? Maybe another workshop, another trade center. No, I don't think we need to overcomplicate it. Let's get our staff path and let's just take it right behind here. And then we can just lead right up to that. Get a path there. And then that should be good enough. As far as our trees, gotta have a few of these ones. Just to kind of, actually let's maybe turn that one. And then over here, I could maybe have like a couple of other trees. Doesn't have to always be just those kind. Let's maybe get a nice big one behind there. Covered in snow. I don't know why nobody's over here. It's actually quite interesting, but let's get some garbage cans nonetheless. So let's, no, don't move that. We need to duplicate that. So let's get maybe one right on the corner of that. Maybe one there. One there. And then we can kind of just get a few in throughout here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe one on the end there as well. And then over here we'll probably need quite a bit. I mean, we have lots in here. Let's maybe, let's redo some of these actually. I am gonna get them spread out a little bit more. I don't think we need that many is the only thing I'm thinking. So let's just kind of get every second one like that. And then we could have some in the middle. Maybe like that. I don't think that looks too bad. We could maybe even have, that's probably even good actually. Oh, we actually got rid of this tree. That's a little bit sad. Let's get that guy back. Let's get our tree. Yeah, that looks good. And then even in here, I could probably get a nice little Christmas tree. Actually, are there actual Christmas trees? I'd kind of like to get one. What would this thing look like covered in snow? That's absolutely insane. That is absolutely insane. Over here, okay, this is a staff area. So in fact, I could maybe even have another little staff facility over here. Or a keeper hut maybe. Let's get another staff room. Maybe a large one just behind here. Let's just build it right on the edge like that. Then that kind of gives this side a little bit of a purpose. And maybe we could even demolish this path. Let's maybe delete that. What do I want to do? I guess I can maybe just delete all of these. And then let's continue on with that. I think that's pretty big. Maybe like a 10. Oh gosh, actually I'm gonna get all that back. I feel like that's not horrible. Let's just go with that. And then we'll probably even have a little bathroom over here just for our staff. So let's just get a small toilet. A small little toilet area to kind of just enclose this area in. Yeah, it looks pretty good. In our polar bear enclosure, let's see if they're nice and happy. Where is this big fella? He's having a nap. Okay, nutrition is quite low. I wonder if we could get that a little bit better. He's kind of played with that. I don't know where our... Is this our nutrition? Polar bear, suitable food. Is this stinky? I think this is, yeah, there's flies all over this thing. Yeah, we definitely need to take care of that. Honestly, let's get a couple more keepers. That'd probably be a good idea. Let's get a few more of these guys. And then we'll have to assign them. So we got our vets assigned to the whole zoo. Our keepers can go to the entire zoo. Then they can kind of help out with all that. Caretakers. And then all of these guys. I guess we'll just do the entire zoo as well. Okay, there we go. I think that should be just fine. And then we also need to edit our work area. Let's edit this work zone. So let's get all of that. And I might even have to do separate. I have to start separating this a little bit, but that's looking pretty good. Then they'll all kind of help take care of everything. One big happy family, I like to call it. Yeah, so this is looking pretty good. This is nice and closed off. That's kind of closed off. It kind of just helps funnel everyone into this area where we need to get them into their shop. So I don't know why like this isn't even open. Prices, status. Oh, there's no power. Okay, we need a power over here. That is a big reason why that's not doing anything. So if we take a look at this, yeah, none of this is powered. That is not powered. So I guess what we could do is just get this right behind here, actually. I think that would be more than enough. I can't quite reach that. So yeah, let's just get this. Actually, what does this look like? I might have to move that tree. Actually, oh, maybe a solar panel? Oh, it's actually a lot smaller. Okay. Well, that's not super ideal then. Okay, let's just put this. I can maybe even do that. And then maybe get a tree in here. Make it look a little bit better. Just to kind of hide it a tiny bit. Actually, I'm gonna put that in a different spot. I feel like I can maybe find a better location for this. Like, let's kind of put it like back here even. Let's get rid of this tree. You gotta put it like right back here. Let's kind of just put it right there. I think that should be perfect. And as far as our barrier or our paths, we can just take a nice small one right off of here. And then we can just connect it up like that. That should be a lot better. And now we can get some nature in here. Let's maybe get a nice big tree in there. Maybe something like right behind there. Maybe kind of like that. Cover it up just a tiny bit. Okay, that looks a lot better. We now have power to all this, so they should be open momentarily. And we'll also need some power over here. The other thing we need is water treatment. We do not have any... Actually, the water might be fine still. Okay, cleanliness is going down. We will need some water treatment over here. So I might even have to move this. Let's just delete that. Let's get a water treatment thing going. It looks like it kind of gets serviced from over here. Let's maybe just put that nice and close to there. And then we can take a path right off of here and just kind of connect up like that. And then we can still get our bathroom in here. So let's just kind of get this right on the end here. Just like that. Okay, perfect. That should be more than enough. That should keep this nice and clean now. And also temperature. Maybe we could even adjust the temperature from this. Potentially. Oh, this needs power, of course. So let's actually get a transformer as well. So I guess this we could just... Actually, we had to power something over here anyway, didn't we? So that's kind of ideal. Let's just get that right there. There we go. Now that should really help our water. Let's check this out. 67%. That is climbing now. Awesome. So that is great. That is more than great. And we have power for our bathroom over there as well. So I think we're happy there. Let's take a look at some of our other visiting players. We got some of you guys visiting. Thanks for tuning in. That's good. Okay, let's continue on our zoo here. So people are finally coming through here. Lots of these shops are now open. And that should actually kind of thin out the herd here. We're getting a lot of people coming now. We need a little bit more hunger, a little bit more thirst. Things to help out with our zoo. Let's figure out what we're going to get first of all. So let's go to animal trading. We have our polar bear here. We could probably get something else pretty cool. We can maybe get like seals. Would that be cool? We have our California sea lion and our gray seal. These guys would be pretty cool. Let's check out their Zoopedia. I wonder what temperature they thrive in. Okay, minus 15 to minus 26, so we could definitely use them. Their natural habitat. Yeah, let's maybe get some of these guys. I feel like they'd be pretty cool. Some gray seals. I don't know how much space they require actually, so let's take a look at this. 200. Okay, they actually need that whole lot. They probably want about 1,000 square meters for how much water you need to get. And we can also add a few adults. If we had like 4 adults, let's see. Yeah, I think maybe 1,000 might be pretty good. So let's take our path. Let's make this as wide as possible. I guess we're maybe at an 8. Yeah, that looks better. Let's take it this way. And I can kind of just have this start going that way, and then I can maybe get some stuff like that. Let's continue that a little bit further. Okay, that should be good. And now I can get a habitat in here. I don't know if I want to have it right next to this. In fact, I guess I could maybe have a path right off of here. Kind of just follow right next to this. Actually, maybe a little bit smaller. Let's go a tiny bit smaller, maybe size 6. Doesn't need to be that big. Maybe even just for a staff to kind of enter in. But yeah, I think that should be good. Let's get a habitat in here. So they need plenty of water. They will kind of thrive with. So what I might even do... What should we do? Let's kind of build them in like a little pit. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Let's take our terrain. And I guess let's just start going down. Let's increase our intensity. Increase our size. And I don't know how deep I want this to go, but I can leave a little bit of height up here maybe. Just so they can enter in. This is going to be our entrance. We need to kind of think about this. So let's just kind of go like this. And then I can maybe just take a flattening tool. And then kind of just draw out our sanctuary that we want. So if we go out off 1,000, I think this is like 4,000. So we don't need that large of one. Let's maybe just do like this. I feel like that might be more than enough. Let's get a nice little sanctuary in here. And I guess we'll have to see, but let's take this and I can just kind of go across and fix this area now. Okay, there we go. We got that fixed up. Nice and flat. And I can maybe do something like this. Okay, what I want to do is I want... Oh, how do I want to do this? It would be pretty cool. Yeah, okay, let's take this. Let's maybe delete this. Get it going all the way back to there. And then I can maybe take this, maybe a size smaller. And then if I can go down maybe? How do I want to do this? Let's just take that. Just do that for now, and then let's see if we can kind of mess around with our terrain. This might be a little bit finicky. Well, let's kind of go down. Actually, what might even do? Let's just go right like this. And then continue on right through where we're going to have our path kind of come through. And then this is going to where we're going to have like a kind of a fence, or not a fence, but a big glass wall, I think would be kind of cool. And then we can have them kind of look through that. Let's fix some of that, fix some of this. And I might even delete this path. Just so I can get going back a little bit further. Just like that, and then kind of fix this in a little bit. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to create a little bit more room in here. Let's go a little bit. Let's make it just a little bit further. A little bit more space, so just so I have enough land space. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then I kind of messed up the stairs here, so I might actually have to take those down just a tiny bit. But I am happy with the size of water I have in here. I just kind of need to make it look a little better. Let's adjust our intensity. Kind of just like this. Get a nice big area in here. And now this, I need to actually adjust this. What just died? What the heck was that noise? I need to adjust that. And now I actually need to lower this down to the same height, just so it's actually in the water. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Let's just take this and thin out this area. Okay. I feel like that should be pretty good. Let's maybe fix a couple of these spots. Actually, let's maybe go back. Okay, that should be fine. And now I'm going to take my path in here. Let's just get that going out. And then I could maybe just lower this down. All the way to there. Oh, that's kind of messed up again. Okay, right to the bottom. And then I'm just going to take it right there. And then I could kind of have it just go like out like that. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. I can come all the way to the bottom to see these guys in their natural habitat. Might even take this a little bit further, kind of just like that. Okay, I'm quite curious to see how this is going to turn out. So I could get our null barrier kind of around here. And I'll have to lower this a tiny bit, just to make sure they can't really get out. That should be tall enough. I don't know how big these things are. Let's kind of just do that. Let's throw our water in here really quick. I guess it'll be a little bit tricky to see how this is going to work, but I might have to get my barrier in here first. Okay, so let's go ahead and order these guys. I don't know if I want these gray seals. They do need some deep water. I can maybe get some sea lions. California sea lions. How much, or what did they require for temperature? Let's see. -4 to 31 degrees. Okay. So I guess they would survive. Yeah, they're kind of just around California. Hence the name. So I guess we could get our gray seals still. Let's maybe get a male. What's a nice healthy one? This guy's probably pretty good. Let's adopt him. And maybe a couple of females in here. Maybe just a male and a female. 2 should be more than enough. Okay, let's get our barrier in here. So this might be a little bit tricky. I guess we could maybe have the main entrance here. And this will be quite interesting to see how this is going to work. So let's mess with our terrain a little bit here. Let's kind of just make an area for our entrance to come in through here. That should be pretty good, actually. Let's maybe push this back a tiny bit. Let's make enough room. Kind of just like that. I feel like that should be pretty decent. I don't know how much of a space they need. Let's kind of do this. I guess we can maybe look. Let's go to their Zubedia again. Oh wow, they'd actually need quite a large size one. I don't think they should be able to escape though. And if they can, I'll just kind of sink this a little bit deeper. But let's just go with that for now. Let's get our barrier. Let's get our habitat gate. And I guess we could maybe just go with like a regular old one here. Just like that. And then we'll have to lower this quite a bit. Let's maybe go right, even like right up to there. Or actually, let's lower this a little bit. 7. Okay, that's perfect. Let's do that. And then I'll maybe do the same thing over there. And then we can kind of get all our null barriers throughout there. Okay, we'll have to put our gate in here, obviously. So let's get that right in the middle. Okay, that's perfect. So now we can take our path all the way up. Might even need a railing. Let's actually turn our railing off. Railing on elevated, railing on ground. And this can kind of just come up and attach to there. Okay, that's perfect. That actually looks really good. Might be a little bit interesting with our snow and our ice. So that could be interesting. Let's get our null barrier here. No, don't want that. We want to come off of there with our null, and let's kind of just go this way. And then it makes the entire habitat that we've created its own little barrier. So we kind of need to get an actual barrier here, which could be a little bit interesting. Let's maybe just get it here. And then I guess just get our red brick. Oh gosh, how is this gonna work? So let's actually just lower this a little bit. Let's just go to like here. And then what if, would that kind of work? Okay, I think I finally figured this out. So now I can get some water here. Let's maybe go a little bit higher. You kind of have to actually close it off as if it like closes off to the animal as well. So I think that should work. That should be plenty deep water. And then I think I can just edit this and then make all of this our glass barrier. Let's check this out. Oh baby, that looks amazing. Okay, so now it's completely closed off. That's all filled with water. That's so cool. So now they can actually see all of the water in there. Let's look at this. Yeah, they should be able to kind of see them swimming around. I don't think... Yeah, they should be able to see that, right? That's actually so cool. Okay, so we have that kind of figured out. They can kind of come through here. I don't think anybody can really just jump into the pond. It's a little bit interesting. Let's kind of just... Oh no! It's about to die of old age? No! Where are these little guys? One of them in here? Oh, there's so many of them. Oh my gosh. In loving memory, there he goes. See a little guy. Let's call a vet. Died of old age. So he's 11, almost 12 years old. So they're kind of like a dog's life expectancy. Outsider integrating. They're all pretty happy still, which is interesting. Probably need more toys though. Aw, that's so sad. That's so sad. Okay, so we got our Arctic wolf stuff there. I think all of our signs look good. Okay, that's perfect. Got our polar bear. And now we have this little habitat, which I'm actually quite excited about. I think it should work. I guess we'll kind of find out. So let's go ahead and just get them in there. That's all we can really do to start off. Oh, I don't think I actually bought them yet. Or maybe I did. Okay, we got, yeah, there we go. We got James, we got Ravon. Those are perfect seal names. Okay, let's get these guys into here. Invalid destination. Okay, I don't think we actually finished this. So let's get our barrier or habitat. And then I'll just have to connect this, I think. I think that is connected actually. I don't think this is connected though. No, it's not. Okay, we need to get this set up. So let's just use our null barrier here. Let's kind of get going up here and then we can kind of just get going along here. And then hopefully this is gonna work. Oh, please work. Okay, I might have to go a little bit lower actually. Let's just take this way instead. Kind of just like that, and then right along the side of it maybe. I feel like this might kind of work. Yes, and then we can go underneath and connect up there. So now we have a full habitat. Let's take a look at this. Let's see if we did anything right. Land area should be lots, and we got lots of water. Average depth, yeah, that should be perfect. Okay, let's get them in there. No, they should be ready to go. I still didn't move them to their quarantine zone. What a goofball. So let's take these guys, move them to our quarantine. Okay, there we go. And then we can get them into this habitat. I feel like I might have to adjust some of this. Just kinda, maybe. Let's lower this a tiny bit. Maybe make it a little bit lower. I don't know where they're gonna live. They probably need some kind of little enclosure. We'll do something cool for them. They got nice deep water here, which is nice. And hopefully they should be able to get into that. Okay, that's exciting. This is actually so cool. And I could get some donation boxes down here. Yes, I sure can. So let's get some of those. This one's doing pretty good, making lots of money. That's perfect. What animals do I have in here? Oh, our polar bear. Okay, let's get a couple of donation boxes in here. So you can get one right there. Maybe one right there. This is pretty much the only spot people can even view this from. I'll probably have to add a railing in here. Let's kind of just get a couple of these. I think that should be perfect. And then as far as our terrain, let's just adjust that down a little bit. Kind of smooth it out. Okay, let's add our railing here now. So I literally just want it on this side. Can I do that? I might have to put it on both sides, which is a little bit unfortunate. So let's just get it. Let's play by the rules. Let's get our railing all the way throughout here. And that should be all that we need. I guess we'll just do that for now. And honestly, might as well put a railing on this as well. So let's get our staff path. I mean, of course we need a railing here. That's like the steepest slope ever. Okay, that should be good. They shouldn't be able to do anything with that, but they can still donate. That's the important thing. Okay, that's good. I bet you they are ready to be put into their habitat. So let's check in on that. Okay, yes, under quarantine. Let's speed this up a little bit. Okay, there they are. They are ready to go. So let's move them into their new habitat. Yeah, this is actually so exciting. I don't think they can escape through here, but just in case, I'm gonna get a rock. I am gonna get a rock in here. kind of just raise it up just like that. Then over here, I could maybe put something. Let's maybe go a little bit bigger. Kind of just like that. And then, I mean, I don't want to give him a platform to jump up. Let's kind of just get something at the bottom. Just so it looks kind of neat and tidy. Yeah. Don't have to do that. Let's just go like that. Then maybe just like that. Okay, that should be perfect. That is looking real good. So here comes our first one. I'm excited for him to arrive. Let's maybe get a couple of garbage cans in the meantime. We'll need one there. We don't need anybody throwing garbage into our water, which they definitely could. That is a little bit of a design flaw, but I think it should be fine. Okay, here comes our first one. Let's just check him out. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh! I'm like, what the heck? They're like a pancake. Look at this little guy. They're actually pretty big. Okay, let's check out Ravon. So this is our female. Here comes Dawn. No, what's his name? I should rename him to Dawn. Dawn and Ravon. Okay, so we need some enrichment for sure. He's a little bit bigger, isn't he? He's a hefty fellow. A little bit slower too, actually. Here's James. That's even better. So he needs... Heart shelter's already taken care of, apparently. I guess just in the water. They don't really need hard shelter. We need some terrain, though. Terrain is set up is severely inappropriate for this animal. What the heck does that mean? What? Beds and shelters? What's wrong with our terrain? Yeah, he can go in the water. Look, there he goes. I actually don't even know what that means. I guess let's just... Oh, that might be all of this stuff. Yeah, terrain distribution. So let's get some different terrain in here. So they're fine with short grass. They want more long grass, which is interesting. So let's, yeah, make sure it's got lots of long grass. Got lots of that. Let's get some soil. Let's get a smaller brush here. Let's get some soil. And again, it's not adjusting that, which is a little bit interesting. We will need some more rock. Let's maybe get some smooth rock. I could get some heavy rock. I don't know why that's not doing anything. That's actually so interesting. I could also get some rock underneath here. So let's just kind of paint this all in. I think it's because it's in snow, but yeah, I just don't understand why it's not doing anything. Sand, we also need some sand. And honestly, what temperature do they need again? Where's the Zupedia? If they want sand and all that stuff, okay, minus 15 to 26 degrees Celsius. You know what I could do? I could maybe even kind of melt some of this snow in here. Let's go to their habitat. Let's get a heater. I don't know if this is required. Well, let's just get one. Because, I don't know. Let's set this. Let's set the thermostat. Let's go to... Let's keep it at like... They want plus 26. Let's even set it to like plus 5. Current temperature. So that's going to heat up. Hopefully it'll melt some snow. Yeah, that's kind of working a little bit. I'm actually curious to see if you keep it at like 30 if it'll melt snow. Let's put that to plus 5 as well. And then our water we can kind of keep a little bit cooler. Yeah, we'll kind of see. Yeah, my curiosity is killing me. Let's set that to 50 degrees. And I think that even sets both of them. Oh no, it doesn't. And we also don't have any power over here. So let's go ahead and get some power. So let's go to facilities. And then we just need a transformer in here. That should be more than enough. Yeah, let's just get our transformer. Maybe kind of tucked in. I don't know, actually. Let's maybe mess around with our terrain here a little bit. Let's see if we can just kind of smooth this out. into a little area that we can put our transformer. Just like that. How does that look? Does that look terrible? Hopefully not. Let's just kind of get this in here. Let's just put that right there. And then we can take our path. And I guess just kind of connect it up. Is that quite a bit higher? Shoot, it totally is. Okay, well, let's get it a little bit lower, I guess, this time. Let's just build that right there. And then we can just... should be able to... Okay, there we go. That's perfect. So now we can do stuff with that, and now we can actually heat this whole area. We have power now. Was that 2 degrees? It's increasing. Oh my gosh, it's totally melting the snow. That is so cool. I actually love that. It's not like completely enclosed. Okay, let's set this to like 10 degrees, maybe. Man, that heated up quick. I mean, +4, that's already not freezing, so I think that should be fine. And we might even need another heater in here, maybe. That's kind of weird that it's... You can't really... Oh, your range. Interesting. So, that's going to cost a lot. Let's maybe get another heater in here, and we can just duplicate that. Put it right there. And that can kind of just heat that area. And now we should be able to actually adjust this. Where the heck? Oh, that's a balloon. I thought that was our seal flying away. See, look at this. They can actually look in here and see them now. They can see lions. Look, they're donating. That's so cool. Would have been cool to get a little bit deeper of water in here, but we can't. Okay, let's see this now. Okay, now it's actually working. See? The snow was covering it. I knew it. Okay, let's paint this in. We got way too much long grass. Let's get some more rock. Still got way too much long grass. Let's kind of just get some rock. Okay, that's nice and happy. And then we'll also need some more sand. I guess we could get some fine sand. A nice beach. Let's paint in a nice beach for these guys. Let's do that. And they need a lot of sand, actually. Quite a bit of it. Actually, let's take that out. And let's maybe even put some down here. I wonder if I should put a heater in here. Just to kind of adjust the water temperature. Okay, pretty good for sand. Actually, I think there's even a... Let's look at our facility here. Water treatment, water temperature regulator. Interesting. So we can actually put that right next to here, maybe. Actually, we need more space in here. Because we're going to have to add a couple of things. Let's just kind of take this all out. Clear up a bunch of space. Okay, let's kind of just do that. For our facilities, we need a water treatment thing. We will need some water treatment, so this could kind of just go right maybe over here. We can just put it right there, and then a water temperature regulator. We gotta adjust that a little bit. So temperature regulator, let's get that right there. I guess we don't have to service it. Okay, there we go. That's in there now. So I think it should be fine. Now I think we can actually adjust the temperature of our water. I guess we can maybe keep it 20 degrees is pretty... I don't know, let's maybe do like 10 degrees. What do they need? Yeah, it will adjust this. Temperature 8 degrees. Let's actually see. I bet you it tells us if we can find one of these guys. Okay, there they are. Okay, let's go to Zoopedia. I bet you it tells us. So let's see. Temperature requirement. So I guess that's just overall temperature. So even if the water is about the same, it's probably fine. Yeah, let's just go with that. So let's just kind of keep it the same temperature as the outside air. I think we're set at 10 degrees. Let's set our water at, obviously we don't want it to freeze. Yeah, let's just keep it at 10 degrees. Okay, there we go. And then we also have some water treatment, which is perfect. I think our cleanliness should stay nice and cleanly. Okay, that should be good. Let's see if we can adjust this a little bit more. I want to get some sand underneath here. Maybe, if it'll let us. Might even need another heater. Just in this area, maybe. And it'll kind of heat this whole area as well. Yeah, it's going to take a lot. Okay. So this is all 10 degrees already. So that's perfect. This is starting to melt now. Let's maybe allow that to melt. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. And it'll even give it a little bit of a heat boost to all the people walking by. They'll be nice and happy about that. Our terrain. Okay, let's select you. And we can go to our terrain and we can finally adjust this a little bit more, hopefully. Let's get some more sand in here. We just need to make them happy, basically. Okay, we got enough sand. Let's get a little bit of rock. Oh, man. Yeah, like I just can't... Okay, might have to be happy with not enough rock. But I think overall the terrain should be fine. Environment. They want a little bit more coverage, probably. Let's maybe get a little bit more. So North America. Oh, they're not North American. Sea lion. Let's maybe go by. What the heck would they like? Let's go by species, actually. Can I go by species? Property, theme. No, I guess we can't really. But we can see where their biomes are. So aquatic, temperate, and tundra. I guess we could do that. And let's do a little bit of aquatic after in the actual water. But I think we could probably get away with some of these trees. Nope, they don't like that. Never mind. I wonder if we could still... Let's just get our continent. Let's go to North America. I wonder if they'd be fine with that. Nope, they absolutely hate it. What about these? Okay, they don't mind those. I could probably get a few of these kind of in throughout here. Couple of trees just for a little bit of coverage, and honestly that's probably good enough for them. But I'd like to make this a little bit nicer. Do they like those? They don't mind that stuff, so let's just get a little bit of that stuff. And let's press V so that actually molds to all of our terrain. Let's put that in the snow, that looks pretty good. And then I need some of this, like, this grass. It doesn't like that. But I wonder if I could get away with it. We also have these trees, which are pretty cool. They don't hate those. Let's maybe get one of those. And let's maybe go right there. Okay, that should be fine. Maybe a couple of rocks for them to play on. Let's maybe go. Just like some small ones maybe that they can play with. Kind of just like that maybe. I can even put these like a little bit lower like that. Maybe kind of like that. And let's make sure they can't actually escape through these edges. Let's kind of just do this, put a couple of rocks in here. That doesn't look too bad. And then on the actual, like I'd like to maybe just get like literally some rocks kind of throughout here. So I turn that. Actually, I kind of like that, like that. Let's maybe do that, and then I could probably put some smaller ones throughout here. Okay, that's not too bad. I feel like they should be pretty happy with that. Toy enrichment, let's get some of that stuff. So enrichment, I know, let's get food enrichment first for our... What the heck are these things called? James, our gray seals. Okay, so our gray seals. Let's go to species and enable our gray seal. So what do they want? They want their underwater fish feeder. Let's get a couple of those and a block of frozen ice. I think they'd be more than happy with that. Toy enrichment. We'll probably want a couple of sprinklers maybe. I don't know if that's going to mess with our heating system. Let's put a couple of those, maybe like a Skittle. Wouldn't mind getting a Skittle maybe over there. Gotta have a rubber ducky. Can we put that in the pond? So let's put it there. They can kind of grab it and go in as they like. A platform. Oh, a floating platform. Ooh. Let's put that maybe over here. That's actually so cool. It kind of floats, they can move around on it. And maybe a large snowball. I don't know how long it's gonna last in there. Let's get them a soccer ball instead. Okay, there we go. They should be plenty happy in here, I think. Oh, they actually want maybe another adult population. So they gotta get on having kids if they want more of those. But they seem nice and happy in here. I'm actually excited about that. I don't think they can escape. Let's check here really quick. So habitat, traversable area. So let's select this one. It doesn't look like they can get out. No, they can't. So that's perfect. That looks pretty good. How's this guy doing? Does he want another friend? No, he's happy by himself. We got Amaruk, our polar bear. Wonder how long they live. He's currently 14.6 years old. He is doing great. See, I absolutely love that you can get it down here and then you can walk down here, see them swimming around. That is quite cool. But right now they're kind of chilling up here. So they're doing pretty good. Okay, I am really happy with this. Should we get another one of these? Or we should have one of those like things that come off to the side and like a little ball he can jump up and touch. I don't know, I think that'd be kind of cool. Or maybe even do like little shows with these guys. I feel like that'd be sweet. Look at him hopping along. He might go into the water. Let's see what he does here. Is he gonna go into the water? In you go, little guy. Little big massive guy. There you go. He's swimming around. He's nice and happy. He's the only animal in the entire place that has temperature regulated water. Everything else is absolutely freezing, but I think they are fine with that. Our polar bear, they like to keep nice and cool. So let's get another little habitat in here. And I could probably even kind of wrap this around maybe. Would that be kind of cool? I could probably do something like that. Like even this bathroom, like I didn't know what to do with this. I kind of just finished it off. I could maybe even wrap our park around up to that. Honestly, let's maybe do that and then it's less just long. I'm actually going to try and do that. So let's take this and we could probably even just get our path going all the way to it. Let's get rid of this first of all. And then I could probably just take this all the way along and let's disable our things there. Let's just take this all the way through here. Just like this. All the way up. I don't know if I want to make this bigger though. That's kind of the question. I would like to make this a little bit wider because that's only a size 4. Like I could probably even come right off of here and maybe make this wider. Maybe like here even. Let's do something like that. And then I could kind of come around back through here. And that'll actually give me more viewing angles in here. Let's maybe go back a tiny bit more. Now let's go a little bit closer here if we can. Let's maybe do that and then we can come out. Come out like this. And then maybe start coming in like this. And I could probably have an enclosure on that side. and maybe on this side as well. Let's maybe do this first. So obviously we'll need a nice enclosure in here. Let's figure out what we want to get over here actually. Animal trading, we haven't leaked too much money. Yeah, we're still profiting pretty good, so I'm happy with that. Let's go to animal trading. Let's turn that off and let's get something cool. Should we get something insane? Like an African leopard and then just blast the heat for it? I feel like that wouldn't be super nice. We could get like some turtles maybe. Actually, can you go by continent? I feel like that would be pretty cool. Favorites only by species. Oh man. I wish you could. Okay. Let's just kind of go through. We got our Arctic stuff. I'm just gonna look up and see what animals lived in the Arctic. Maybe like a caribou or something. Do we have caribou? Caribou. No, or maybe like an elk. Deer. Give me something. We got red deers. We can get reindeers. Let's get some deer. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Let's get a few of these. Let's adopt some deer. And maybe a female. Actually, what's the biggest one here? Let's go with this one. Let's get rid of this one. Waiting in the trading center. Yeah, I think this little guy. I guess I'll have to keep him. That's fine. Yeah, I'd like quite a bit of them anyway. Should we get deer or reindeer? Deer. What do the reindeer look like? So they are basically caribous. Oh, these are so cool. Okay, I might have to get these instead. Or I could probably mix them even. Maybe a female one of those. Let's definitely get her. She's got the gold thing. Now let's get him as well. And let's get just like one big enclosure in here of deer. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. And let's also see what they need for Zoopedia. So let's go to here. For our reindeer, they need quite a bit of space, not a lot of water. Obviously, they don't swim. 370 with 2 adults, so 430. Plus, if we go to our deer, where's our Zoopedia for that? I guess let's just do deer. Red deer. And let's check out their Zoopedia. I think we ordered 3 of them, so 450. I think maybe 1,000 should be plenty of space. Maybe even this. Like this actually might be pretty good size. But I think what I might do is let's open the back of this. I'd kind of like be able to. I could maybe even move my entrance. Should I do that? Maybe my entrance could be back here instead. Let's edit our barrier. Let's move this guy. Oh my gosh. So now they're all running. Why are they all running? Can I maybe move that? Yeah, let's move that over here instead. And then this we could just make a one-way glass. Okay, that should be better. I don't know why they're all running and like what? Nothing even happened. Okay, that's fine. I want to make some of this glass. Like maybe like a couple of these. Up to here, I could maybe make one-way glass. Now let's maybe flip that, and then over here I could also do maybe one as well. Let's flip that. So that should be pretty good. That gives us a little bit more viewing angles. And then I guess we could maybe get some donation boxes over here as well. Maybe a couple of those. And then let's also get one of these. Do we not have power over here? Oh, I haven't actually said it. So let's go to Arctic Wolf. So we can educate our guests a little bit more. Now let's get some of these things. For our Arctic Wolf. Okay, there we go. Maybe a couple of garbage cans are probably in order. So let's get some of those. And I could probably put one on this side. Okay, I like that. That should be fine. A little bit later, I'm going to come in and put some trees in here once I kind of fix this area. And in fact, I might actually take this. Can I delete that? Let's go a little bit wider here. Let's take this a little bit further. just right out like that. That's a little bit better. That'll give us a little bit more space. And then we can get our barrier in here. I guess this is all staff anyway. It's right next to our keeper hut. I'm just gonna get our barrier right here if I can. So let's get this. And I guess, yeah, the wood should be just fine. So let's get a wooden gate. We don't need a guest gate. So let's just flip that. We can literally connect it right to there. And then we can increase our length. Let's maybe go 8 meters. Should be just fine. Let's just take it right along here. Take it right to there. And then if we can, it would be nice if I can just go straight off of here. Let's maybe go a little bit smaller here. And now we can increase this back to 8. And get it kind of curving along here. It's actually gonna be a cool little habitat, having some deer in here. Okay, that's perfect. Let's lower it all the way down. Just like that. Let's kind of just take this all the way along here. On the outskirts of this whole habitat. It's a little bit wonky. Let's try that again. Okay, something like that. And then we can start coming back in. And we can have our magical reindeer. It is Christmas after all. We gotta get our deer. And I don't know how big of a thing they need. Actually, let's get all of these guys. And let's put them in our quarantine zone right away. So let's go do that. I don't know how much big of a space they need. So let's check this. Wikipedia. 5 feet. So let's go about 3 meters. I think might be just fine. Let's raise this up. Edit our whole barrier. So let's do all of it at least 3 meters. 3 meters. Perfect. And then I'm gonna maybe do this backside a little bit bigger. I could probably do like this whole area a little bit bigger, maybe over here, just to kind of have a little bit of variety, make it a little bit cooler. Okay, that's good. And then maybe this side as well. I could probably have some of these a little bit taller as well. Let's just do something like that. I feel like that's a cool little shape. And then all of this I will get to be glass. Actually maybe up to there. And maybe to there. Let's go our one-way glass. And then over here we could make this all glass as well. Actually, let's maybe go to there. And then we can plop that in. I think that looks pretty good for our little habitat. And then we're gonna need some stuff in here, maybe a little bit of water for them to kind of drink some water, obviously. And what I might do is let's actually round this side off. Oh gosh. Let's just get rid of some of this. And I'm just gonna round this whole area off. So let's go to our barriers. Let's get our one-way glass that we can throw in here. Actually, no, we want our wooden one, don't we? So this, I can literally just take like this and connect it to there. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Looks a lot better, actually, so that's perfect. I might even make this wooden. Okay, that looks really good. Okay, perfect. I bet you these have all arrived in the zoo, so that's perfect. Let's see what they need. They are kind of all getting ready to be quarantined. So that's exciting. Let's actually see how big this is. I think it should be enough. We needed about 1,000 and we have almost 3,000, so that's plenty of space. We could get a few different types of deer. They can have babies, kind of do whatever they need to. Let's maybe get some water in here if we can. So let's actually figure out a place where we want to get some water. I think maybe like I don't know. Just over here we could have a little bit. It doesn't need to be deep. Kind of just do something like that just to get a little bit of water in here. Let's maybe lower this a tiny bit. We can also just kind of take it this way a tiny bit, just to add a little bit of variety. And all of these little spots I'll lift up a tiny bit. Okay, let's see how that looks. We literally just need water, and that's probably too much. Let's go a little bit shallower if we can. Even just like that should be perfect. They can kind of drink from all different spots. I think that'll be lots of space for them to kind of run around. Okay, I bet you they're ready to go. As far as all this, okay, vet cannot reach habitat. Possibly due to your work zone setup. So I think we have to reconnect this, which we'll have to do for this anyway. So let's go ahead and get to our work zones. Yeah, that is no longer set up. Let's kind of do that, all of this, and all of that, so then they can kind of take care of all that. So perfect. I'm happy with that. And that should take care of everything. Zoo alerts, keeper has not attended. Okay, that's probably because of that problem that I just solved. Okay. I think our deer should be ready to come back into our habitat now. So let's see. Are they all ready to go? They are. Hopefully they actually get along. This is actually quite interesting. They should, but you never know. Let's kind of get them all into there. We'll probably need a couple of trees, but let's kind of just see what they need first. So you're going to bring them all over. That'll be awesome. And we do have this little food cart area, which is great. Oh, nobody's actually in here. What's the problem? No vendors? What? Have I lost all my workers? Okay, we need some more vendors, if that's the case. Let's get a few more vendors in here. So we need like 4. Let's get like 4 more. They're all on break probably. Let's get a bunch more. I don't know what the problem is over here. Okay, let's do that. Let's get some more. Let's get another keeper. Let's get a couple more caretakers. Kind of just throughout our park. Maybe a couple of educators actually might be nice. Got a few of those. Maybe another vet. Another security guard would be nice. We haven't upgraded any of our staff in a long time, so that should be good. And now we need to select all of these to our entire zoo. Educators. Put them all on. Actually, it would be nice if we could limit these just to a couple of these little work zones. Let's just put them on entire zoo for now. I mean, it would be better if they learned everything. And just memento. See, now they only work in one spot. We just need to put all of these on entire zoo. And they all kind of just switch spots if they get bored. They can all kind of switch. Okay, there we go. Hopefully they can swap out with our Omer Dyson. He's quite worked. He's worked to the bone, so we gotta swap him out. Okay, we already have a few deer in here. Are these our reindeer? Oh, that's our red deer. Oh my gosh, that thing's huge. We do not have them that big where I come from. Here's our reindeer. They're looking pretty sweet. They basically look like caribou. I'm just gonna call them caribous, but reindeer, that's good. We need some hard shelter for them. And hopefully this is enough space for them all. I mean, it should be quite a bit. They don't need a whole lot. And here's our deer. Looks like an elk to me, but whatever. We can go with that. I guess a red deer, maybe technically an elk, who knows. Okay, let's get some hard shelter for these guys. So let's go to our bed. Let's get off of our seal. Let's go to our... Let's just go by red deer, maybe. I guess we can enable both of them. I don't know if it makes much of a difference. Well, we should get a bear next. Okay, red deer, perfect. Okay, what would they like to have? I guess we can maybe have like... Is that cool? It's not overly cool. We need somewhere for them to actually... We could maybe do something like that. I actually don't mind that. And that's enough hard shelter for all of them. Oh, we got a fight here. We got a fight. Who's gonna win? Oh, that one's taking a dump in the background. Okay, but the deer are my favorite so far. I actually like them. They're quite persnickety. They do some persnickety things. Outside, yeah, they're definitely fighting. They don't like each other. We got Rowan, we got Taman. So they're fighting already, which is great, but slash not great. And our caribou, they're also good for that. They're nice and happy, actually. Our red deer are a little bit more, they would like a little bit more short grass. So I guess we could maybe help them out with that. Let's get a little bit more short grass for them. Let's just throw in some short grass in here. Not just like that. We can get rid of it. And they're pretty happy with everything else. So let's go to our environment. So we need a little bit of coverage. So I guess with this, they basically live in the same area. Let's just keep the North American. And let's just get some cool trees in here. So where would a tree be nice in there? Maybe like that. Maybe a little bit of coverage over here. Maybe just a little bit of variety. Let's maybe just do like that. And let's just add quite a bit of coverage in here if we can. Let's maybe just do like that. That actually looks pretty good. That's quite a bit of coverage for them. And then we'll check our caribou after that. But let's go by enrichment now. Let's go to habitat. I think they should be fine. I don't know if I want to give them, like deer, they're fine with the winter. They should be just fine with all this. They would like some scratching trees. Obviously with their antlers, need to have some scratching trees to scratch. So let's do that. Let's also get a rubbing pillar. And that should keep them nice and happy. So let's go to food enrichment now. Maybe like one of these guys would be kind of cool. Just like that. Okay, that is plenty for them. I think they are nice and happy. Outsider, a little bit of outsider stuff going on here, but that's with their own gender. Or their own race, I guess if you want to call that. Let's check our reindeer really quick here. Are they quite happy? It looks like they basically use the same thing, so honestly, I think they are fine. Their adult population is a little bit low. It's actually so cool. Look, he's already grazing the tree. He definitely needed that. That hits the spot. And then, you know what we could do? Maybe throw a couple of rocks in here as well. Some nice big stones. Where's... That looks pretty good like that. And I could probably even get like a couple little rocks. Random little rocks everywhere maybe. Look at them running around. That's so cute. Just a couple of rocks everywhere. We can kind of just get a few of these in and around this area. Let's maybe go a little bit lower with that one. Let's maybe just do something like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. We already got them kind of cleaning up poop, which looks nice. Which doesn't look nice. I don't know. Let's get a couple more rocks. And then as far as plants, we could maybe get like some of these. Maybe kind of just tucked in some of these little spots. Let's just kind of imagine some of these are growing along here. Something like that. And then maybe kind of just underneath that. Oh, look at those things grunting. They're grunting like crazy. Let's maybe get a couple other little flowers. And you gotta imagine, like, it's still only 0 degrees Celsius, so it's actually not even that. Like, it's technically on the verge of freezing, but it's not freezing. So it's like, it's still decently warm. Like, that's shorts weather for me, if you ask me. Might be a little bit crazy, but that is definitely shorts weather. Let's get a couple of these little ferns. Just like that. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. I like the way this is looking. I could probably get a couple more different variety trees. Maybe like one there. And then these ones, nice big tall one over here might be kind of cool. It's actually, I actually love these. Let's put a couple of these like in here. I really like these actually. That kind of just helps with our park. What is here? So polar bears, they probably won't even like these trees. But these little guys, I bet you they'd love them. I bet you they'd love them. So that looks pretty good. The deer habitat is now my favorite habitat, if you'd ask me. Let's get a couple of donation bins in here where all of the people are gathering. And over here we could get some. Actually, let's maybe put one over here instead. Let's grab that again. Let's put one here, there, and then way over here. And we need a reason for people to come over here as well. But I like that. Let's get some of these. Oh, actually, we don't have any little TVs for this. Like these guys. So let's get one of these. Or I guess we can maybe have this down here. And then let's get this set up for our gray seal. Oh, we need some power for that as well. So we'll have to fix that. Over here we'll also need some power. Probably? Actually, I don't know. Might be fine. Yeah, there we go. We got power for that. Let's educate these guests as well. Maybe over here. We could also plop that down. Okay, that looks good. And then over here with our deer, let's get a couple of these. Maybe one there. One over here, maybe. And then we could set those to our red deer. And then maybe over here we could have one for our reindeer. And I can kind of show that they're both in there. And maybe a couple more of these things. So we can get one over here. And then maybe one way over here. And then one in the middle. Just like that. So that's set to our red deer. Let's do one as our reindeer. Just for some variety. Okay, that looks really good. We have good education going on here. Lots of donation bins. We need some power over here. Let's go to facilities. Let's get our transformer. Is that literally the only thing we need to power? Oh gosh. Okay, I'm just going to eliminate it if that's the case. That's just a waste. Okay, let's do that. Wind turbine. Oh my gosh. That's actually kind of nice. Kind of just free power. We'll probably need some garbages over here. As well as on this side. So let's get some of these. Couple of garbage cans. And maybe over here we already have some garbage there. So this is like a nice clean zoo is kind of what we're going for here. Okay, there we go. And I might even move this right by that. Okay, there we go. And you know what? Oh my gosh, they're already expecting an offspring. That's insane. Where's our tiny little deers? Our little elks. Okay, I want a couple more benches throughout our zoo. Let's grab a couple more of these. I don't want to block any of these. Probably have one there. I feel like this is a hazard. I might even have to take this over a little bit, but let's kind of just do this. We can get a bench maybe right there. Maybe right there. And then kind of just throughout here maybe. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, kind of just like that. That looks pretty good. And I might even get a couple more trees in here. Let's maybe get a nice big one there. Over here I could have a skinnier one. Then maybe along here I could probably get a couple of trees. Maybe just like some of these. Might actually look pretty pretty good. I don't want to block their view, but yeah, let's maybe, you don't need that big of a tree. Okay, that looks pretty good. I actually love the way this is looking so far. Ravon has, wait, who's Ravon? I think Ravon, oh no, Ravon is these guys. Look at him. Oh, a little babby. Oh, look at him. He's white. Okay, cool. I actually didn't know that. There he is. He's hopping a little along. Just doing his thing, living his life. Living his best life, so that's awesome. Yardley, they named him. That's interesting. I kind of like that name. Okay, Ravon, you have had a child. I'm excited about that. I think they should be nice and happy in here. Has a nice little family. And I feel like I could probably enclose this a little bit more. So let's maybe just take this and build it back kind of around that. That's all I really need to do with that. That looks pretty good. Then in here I could probably get a couple of trees as well. Maybe just like that. Maybe just kind of down here. Couple of trees along the top. Okay, that looks pretty good. I still need this to go somewhere. I don't know what I want to do with that. But I guess I could maybe, let's have like a grizzly bear sanctuary, and then I can kind of fill in this whole area a little bit more. I'd also like, ooh, see, we have this. I would kind of like to have another path kind of connecting to this side maybe. I feel like that would help get some guests over here. So I might actually delete this. Sorry, whatever was there in the lineup. So let's just get like a size 5. And this we could kind of just take right along here and connect to there. That's all I really want to do with that. I think that looks pretty good. And then we can get some habitats in here. As far as over here, honestly, I might even just kind of cut off our path here and kind of just have it do that. I think that makes a little bit more sense. And then along here, I could have a few different habitats, maybe. Oh, Arctic Fox would have another offspring. Oh my gosh, they must have so many by now. Look at them all. Look at all the little foxes. I bet you they still have lots of area. Yeah, they definitely do. I think they're quite happy. Nutrition could be a little bit better. And in fact, let's get a couple more of these. Let's duplicate that. Let's get another one. We can maybe put it like over there. And over here we could also get another one. Maybe put it right back there. We can fill that up with some food. Okay, that's good. How's our polar bear doing? I think he's nice and happy, I think, for the most part. Oh, social is a little bit low. Maybe we should get him a buddy. Should we get him a buddy? Amaruk. Let's see what we can get for him. Let's exit that. Polar bear. I'd also like to get some other bears. I don't think he'd want a grizzly bear for a buddy. Maybe a female buddy might actually be nice. Who has the better status? Probably her. Listing expired. I guess we can just get this one. Let's send her to our quarantine zone, wherever the heck that is. Okay, there we go. And then we'll get Amaruk a little buddy. I think he'll enjoy that. We got our seals. Our deer in here. I bet you there's little babies in here already. Any little babbies running around? I don't think so. Yeah, I like this little habitat. Let's figure out where we want to get some other habitats. So I could probably have a couple just along here. But what do I want to do? Let's get some grizzly bears. I feel like we need some more cool bears. I feel like a grizzly bear might be nice. So let's see what we can get. So we got Formosan black bear, grizzly bears, Himalayan brown bear, which is technically a grizzly bear, I think. Let's just get a grizzly bear maybe. These guys are absolutely, oh my gosh. Is this guy huge? I want the biggest one possible. So Zadie, she is quite large. She's definitely a hefty girl. Who else is pretty big? 67. All the girls are pretty big. Interesting. So let's adopt her. And maybe a male, which is the better one. Probably this guy. Let's do a male and a female. And then I guess we'll have to see what they require for their space. So they need, let's maybe give them about 1,000. Yeah, I think that might be a decent, maybe like 1,200 even. A little bit to grow into. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Let's get a little habitat for them. So if we want to have, oh, it'd be sweet if we had a little bit more space. I could maybe put my entrance here, but I don't quite. That should be fine. I can kind of just put that right along here. So let's go for our habitat. I don't know if they'd be strong enough to knock out our wood log ones. Resistance grade 3. And it is climbable, so that would not be good. We might have to get our stone one. Concrete, glass. Yeah, let's kind of just go with our stone one. It is not climbable. So let's maybe go with that. Let's just put this right off of here. And then yeah, I think that should be plenty. Okay, let's go curved. And let's go nice and tight to our road. I don't know how big I want to build this, but we'll kind of have to see. Like, how is that looking so far? That's already quite large. Honestly, if we want like 1,200, let's actually go back quite a bit here. And what I might do, let's just take this path and let's just continue it on. All right. There. And let's literally just go kind of just out like that. Just enough to have this kind of continue on. Let's add another one here. Guess we can just go right off of there. And let's maybe actually curve in like this. Oh, do we have something? Whoa, something got out. Something got out. Oh my gosh. They're running. I don't know why they're running. What escaped? What? Maybe something got glitched over here, because I know our null barrier might be in a weird spot. Interesting. I don't know what escaped. Okay, I kind of got that alarm figured out. I don't know what the heck was going on with it. Let's take this and go a little bit further. I guess let's maybe start it on this side now. Let's edit our barrier, and then this could kind of just swerve this way. It doesn't need to be too deep. Let's kind of just go like that. It'll kind of just go with like another boomerang shape, maybe. Let's keep it decent size. Oh, it doesn't need to be so big. Let's maybe do this, and then we could take it all the way along here. And then just connect it like that. That should be more than enough. And I would imagine they probably would climb quite a bit. So let's actually make sure we have the right height set here. 6.6. Okay, we need at least maybe 3, maybe even 4 meters high. So let's edit our barrier. Let's select all of it. Let's maybe go like 4 meters high, just to make sure that there is no shenanigans going on. Okay, that should be good. We have this little side, so let's get a glass barrier here. Yeah, I think that should be just fine. And I imagine they probably wouldn't like to be seen, so let's actually set some of these. Maybe go here. Let's do that, a one-way glass. That is all facing the proper way, and I think honestly that should be it. That gives them lots of viewing area. And in fact, it would be kind of nice if they could see this area as well, but honestly they should be fine. Or Red Deer is about to have an offspring. You're about to have an offspring in the water. That's interesting. Nice water birth. Let's see, where is he? Where's our offspring? Is he popping out? Is it just gonna like all of a sudden? I don't know. Oh. she's not doing well. She needs some help over here. Hopefully we can get her some help to deliver that baby. We'll see, do we have any little babies? I feel like there's more male over here. They're all kind of over here hanging out. A lot of male testosterone going on. Still don't know where little baby is. We'll come back and check that. Okay, this habitat should be ready for our grizzlies. Right away, I guess we can maybe get some food. So let's get some food for... Oh, we actually need some... Do we not have any food for a red deer? Or a deer? Where the heck is that habitat? Am I stupid? Okay, I need some... How do I not have any food for these guys? Red deer. Okay, so they need a food trough. I am a silly goose. I'm sorry. They have enough water. I think they should be fine with how much water we have. And then also our water treatment should be fine, maybe. Let's check out our water. I think we just barely reach that. It's being nice to us and giving it to us, so that's lovely. So I'm happy with that. We might even be able to adjust the temperature of that if we wanted. Give them like a hot tub. That'd be kind of sweet. But I think they should be nice and happy now. Let's get some food right away. Urgently requested. We need some food for those guys. And then over here, we also need to get some food for our grizzly bear. So let's go down to the G's. Let's find the real G's. Grizzly bear. He would like a food trough. So let's just get one. Maybe just like right there so people can see. And a little bit of water might be kind of nice for them, wouldn't it? I don't know how much the water really... Yeah, they need some fish. These are grizzly bears. They need some fish. They're 2,400. Let's get a little bit of water in here for them. So let's just do... Let's get some terrain. Push down some terrain. And I guess we could make it decently deep. Just so they actually kind of swim. Let's just kind of do a nice area. And let's allow some for them to kind of come down. Kind of just like that. Let's see what that looks like for our water. Honestly, that's probably good. Let's do something like that. That should be lots of water. And then I think I can get some feeders in here. Let's get an underwater fish feeder for them. Let's see, is that spitting out some fish? Let's see. No suitable species, so we gotta wait until they actually come in here, so that's fair. We got our food trough. We have some fresh water in here, which we'll probably need to have a water little facility. I feel like we'll definitely have to have that. I guess these guys are probably ready to go, unless I never actually sent them. Of course I never did. Let's send them to our quarantine zone. And then let's take a look at our work zones really quick. Let's edit our work zones. We need to add that. Need to add that. And that should be perfect. You can get all that taken care of. And then we also need to get some water treatment. I know in the wild they didn't really have water treatment. They just had like natural waterfalls. But here we need some water treatment. I guess we could just have this. Where do we want to put this? Here's the thing. If we have another habitat over here, we'll probably want to have this like kind of a little bit more central rather than over here. So let's just put this right off the edge there. And then I'll maybe continue this path a little bit farther. Kind of just like that. And then I could just connect that. And that should be just fine. I probably need some power. Oh no, it is operational, so it's perfect. We can take care of that water. That'll keep the fish healthy and happy as well. So that's lovely. Let's quickly check our grizzly bears, see how they're doing in here. They're still being worked out. Oh, we have our polar bear. Okay, let's move her into her enclosure. Hopefully this is the right one, so let's get her delivered. They should be nice and happy, and then they can fall in love and have some babies and stuff like that. That'll be good. Okay. I think this is a good height. What do I even do? Let's actually edit this. Maybe just like to there, and then I can raise all of that up a little bit higher just to add a little bit more variety. I think that'll be good. And then what I'm curious about, flat top. Actually, I might have to click on this. I don't know what I can even do with that. Let's just leave it, I guess. Sometimes you can like kind of cage them in a little bit more. But I think this should be fine. Actually, oh no, we have the stone one for the polar bear as well. That is probably good. Okay, has she been delivered? I don't know where our entrance is here, so here they come. We got one here. Oh, she has. Look how happy they are. Aww. Social animal has severe social welfare issues. Whoa. Is that our new one? It is. So this one, oh, maybe they don't like each other. Interesting. I don't know how to fix that. Honestly, they might not like each other. Which I don't really know what to do with that. Hopefully they get to like each other. I mean, that's kind of, you just gotta wait till they figure each other out a little bit. We have 1,500 guests. That's insane. We're making probably quite a bit of money here. Actually, maybe not. 11,000, that's still a profit to me. So that is more than enough. This is all looking pretty good. Yeah, maybe another habitat right over here might be perfect. I think our grizzlies should be ready now. Yeah, they are ready to go. Let's select them and get them in their new home. Here they come. We got Zadie and Warehale, if that's how you say that. Let's get them delivered. Let's speed this up till they come, and then we can get their home nice and cozy in here. I think they're pretty excited. You know what we could do? I want one of these things again. Where was this? Where's our polar bear? Let's get one of these. And I'm literally just going to duplicate this and put it over here. It was so cool that I just like, I don't know, it's just so cool. So I'm just going to get one. Let's put it in the water just like that. I think that should be fine. In fact, let's maybe build up some terrain around it. I might have to kind of move it maybe. Okay, these bears, this seems a little bit sketchy. I'm actually just going to pause this for a second. It's a little bit sketchy and not for the faint of heart. If it bugs you, look away. They are now open to the elements. I'm just going to move this thing way over here for a second. And then I'm going to rebuild this up. Actually, we can see the height here, which is perfect. Let's build this up nice and tall. And then we can kind of have the same thing like we do over there. Let's do that. Let's lower it a little bit. And we can maybe build that up a tiny bit. Make sure they can't escape. Yeah, let's do like a little cave. Might be kind of cool. We build like a little cave for them. We can maybe do something. Okay, something like that maybe. Okay, now let's push it in. Let's make sure we have lots of room to actually put this thing in here. Let me push this back a tiny bit as well. Kind of something like that. They could probably escape out of here. But let's grab this. Let's bring it back in here now. So let's put this in a good spot. So I think that should actually be pretty good. I'm fairly happy with that. That actually looks really nice. And I'll actually grab my terrain. See if we can fix some of these. Then we can have a little bit of a cave in there maybe. Something like that. They could probably escape out of here, so we got to be a little bit careful. Let's kind of just cave that in a tiny bit. Okay, how does that look? Covered up with snow? That doesn't look too bad. It's nice and cozy, actually. Might even actually be nice to have like a little platform in here. So I could maybe just take that and flatten this area out. Maybe lower our size a tiny bit. And then we can kind of just build a cave like this. And then maybe just tunnel through like that. Might be kind of cool. That's actually really nifty. I like that. Then we can open it up into this side. Kind of just like that. Actually really cool. Let's just build it up like that so they can still tunnel in like that. That's perfect. And they could most definitely escape out that way, so I'm definitely gonna have to put some rocks up here. But I think for the most part, they should not be able to get out. Maybe let's just build this up a tiny bit more. Just a tiny bit. Just enough that they can't get out. I don't think they should be able to get out of that, but that is so ugly. Let's maybe just lower it a little bit. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's get some stones in here now. Some nice big rocks. And let's kind of just throw these in here. I don't think they should be able to get out of this, but let's kind of just block it off just in case. Kind of just do that. I think that should be more than enough. Then over here, we'll maybe put one just in case. Okay, that's kind of cool. We got our grizzly bears here, and I guess we can maybe just test this out right now. Let's hit play. We can go to our habitat and traversable. So what I think, yeah, for the most part, they definitely can't get out. So that is perfect. What the heck? Do we have monkeys or something? What's yelling at us here? What the heck? Do we have monkeys? Maybe it's these little guys. The little foxes. I think they're playing. Interesting. Okay. This is definitely not done. We got some water in here. Look at how happy they look. This thing's huge. We got our werehale. So I'm gonna go for a swim. They're already nice and happy. And in fact, I might be able to lower this a tiny bit. Just for a little bit of variety, I might do that. Just so it's kind of underneath, so it looks like it's actually falling into the water. We got some fish coming out of here. Quantity not deep enough. Oh shoot. Okay, I might have to make this a little bit deeper actually. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to remove that water, box them up. Bye bye. And I might have to get rid of this thing. It's just not deep enough for whatever reason, so let's just fix it. Let's make this deep enough. An underwater feeder. So I guess wherever there is water, we will just make it a little bit deeper. And then I think that should be quite a bit better. Honestly, I could have just put it in like a deeper zone. Let's just do that. Let's maybe lower that just so we can really get a nice little area in here for actually. Let's go back. I don't want that much space for them. Okay, let's throw our water in here. Let's see if we can how does that look? That's even better than before actually. I really like that. And I bet you I could even get my little underwater fish feeder. Okay, let's see. Is that deep enough? Accessible. Okay, that's perfect. Now it should be good to go. Quantity. I guess let's call a keeper to come fill that bad boy up. He's gotta dive into the water with some grizzly bears. Okay, let's get these guys nice and happy. So hard shelter, they will need one of those for our grizzly bear. Let's just get like just a hard shelter, nothing too fancy. And they could probably even go like right like that. I wonder if that's enough. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's no data due to invalid habitat boundary. Interesting. Oh, we never actually enclosed this. Oh gosh. That's a problem. So let's come off of here. Let's go to our barriers. That is definitely a problem. How come nobody told me that I had to actually enclose this? Let's just take this way. And then we can just connect it to there. Okay, now I think it should be fine. There we go. Hard shelter is already 100%. And in fact, let's maybe get rid of this. I wonder if it just automatically gave us enough. Oh yeah, they're good. And they're already good for all that, which is perfect. Plants, they might need a little bit of plants, but they definitely need some more coverage. So let's get some trees for these guys. And they definitely like our black spruces, so this is where it's gonna get nice. We can just throw a couple of trees in here. Maybe kind of just throughout here, and then maybe kind of like some of these as well might be nice. Just get a little bit of coverage. See if we can kind of cover this up a little bit. Let's get some different variety over here. Maybe a nice big one over here. And over here we could have a smaller one. Maybe something down here. I don't know if a tree would really grow over there, but let's just do it. Why not? Okay, coverage. I can't believe they still need more, which is kind of crazy. Let's just get them. What kind of trees would they like? Maybe like, that's a little bit weird looking. I think if we press a V, it'll work. Let's turn that off. A coconut palm tree with some snow on it. Okay, let's get some of this stuff. Let's definitely get some of this. We can kind of just throw some of that around. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit down there. And that actually, okay, that's helping their plants, which is nice. And I don't think they hate it either. Let's just get some more. Kind of throughout here. Let's just add a nice little opening. Kind of just like that. Okay, that gives us quite a bit of plants. Maybe a little bit of lily pads on here. Let's just get some of these. Kind of just throughout. I pretend like it's spring. You can just add some of these. So that's 83% plant coverage. We need a little bit more. Yeah, like some of these bushes maybe. Let's maybe just get some of these in here. I don't know if they, no, they don't like that actually. So let's take that away. Oh, this is pretty cool actually. Is this what we have already? Yeah, let's get some of these in here. They'll definitely like, actually I love these trees. Okay, where were these my whole life? I think they'll be nice and happy with some of those. And maybe some smaller ones. Maybe like a nice tall one up there. Yeah, that actually looks really good. That's really good plant coverage. And let's maybe get some more over here. I swear I have monkeys running around. Let's just get some of those in there. And then over here I can maybe get a couple more. Kind of just like that. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. We got good coverage. I think that should be nice and happy. As far as enrichment, we already have an underwater fish feeding box. I don't think I need to adjust the temperature of anything. They'll probably be pretty happy. I mean, they're huge, so let's get a block of frozen fruit. Let's make sure that's in a place where people can see that. So let's maybe put it right there. A tree scatter feeder. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Got one of those. Let's maybe get a large feeder. Maybe just right by here. If they want a little snack, they can have a snack. And then some toy enrichment. Gotta have some toy. Maybe something climbable might be kind of nice for these guys. Maybe just like a tree that they can kind of climb, maybe. And then some toy enrichment. So us grizzly bears gotta have a rubbing pillar. Probably have one of those maybe kind of over there. Maybe a scratching tree or two. Let's see if we can put this somewhere. Put that maybe right there. And then maybe like a soccer ball. Maybe a large snowball. It'll probably roll into the water anyway, but I think that should be nice. Maybe a block of ice. Why not? That should be nice and happy now. So look at that. Their welfare is perfect. So these guys are nice and happy in this habitat now. Let's see them. They're both chilling over here. Look how happy they are. He's running. He's never been so happy. Let's see him. Where is he going? He's on the run. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's going to check out the snowball and the block of frozen fruit. It's actually gorgeous. I love this habitat. I might have to get rid of some of this long grass though. He's already eaten that up. That's good. Good for him. Okay, as far as, yeah, let's get some maybe more short grass in here. And I think that'll at least look a little bit better. Maybe keep a little bit of tall grass. Okay, we have our grizzly bear. I am nice and happy with that habitat. This is actually one of my favorite zoos I've had. This is looking really nice. I could probably get another habitat in here. Let's see what we want to get. Maybe something... I honestly have no idea. Maybe another bear or something cool. This is where I'm going to look up what lives in the Antarctic or the Arctic. Honestly, gentlemen, I looked it up. We have basically every animal that you could get. I don't even think these guys are in the Arctic and they're still freaking out. I don't even think we have every animal that you can get in the Arctic technically. So I think we should be good. Honestly, I might even just put a couple more shops over here. I don't know why this thing's still freaking out. You can kind of just delete it. Let's just kind of delete that. Then you can get it back and then kind of fixes that. I don't know why it's saying it's like out. Sometimes with our null barrier it kind of gets a little bit wonky, but that should be fine. To finish off this side, literally I'm just going to get like a couple of shops in here. Maybe like a couple of polar bear or something kind of shops. So let's get like a transport rides would be sweet actually. Suspended gondola. A steam train. We actually need to fix this. So let's call a mechanic. A riverboat? Oh my gosh. I feel like that would be pretty cool actually. In this whole area. Okay, let's actually see. So it comes out of there. I have no idea how this even works. So let's maybe lower that down a little bit. Okay, I'll probably have to have some water in here. Let's kind of make it just a little river area in here. So let's go terrain. And let's just make a nice big area. So obviously if we want our boat to sit in here, let's increase our intensity a little bit. Let's just do a nice deep area and let's kind of just grab this and we can flatten this area out now. I think this is kind of where it's going to start. And then I somewhat just want it to come just along here. And then we can kind of just carve out an area where it's going to travel through. And then I could kind of just wrap around back to here. I might even just take it this way and then I could put some trees in the middle like that. And then I could maybe just kind of take this back along like this. kind of just like that. How would that look? Let's maybe do a little opening there. And then in here, I could probably just get like some trees, something cool, like maybe even just do something like that. That doesn't look too bad. Let's maybe smooth out some of these edges, just so it looks a little bit better. And then I gotta have some sort of waterfall over here, so let's actually build this up pretty high. I feel like a sweet waterfall over here might look pretty cool. Let's maybe do a nice big opening over here. Can't believe there's transport rides. I never even knew about these things. I think that'll look pretty good. Let's keep smoothing some of this out. And then in here I could kind of just do like a little kind of mountain area. Kind of just build up some of this stuff. Then I can roughen that up a tiny bit. Over here I can do some of this kind of stuff. I feel like that would look pretty good. We already got some snow in there. That looks pretty good. And I'll probably have to make this temperature controlled. It would be nice if it was a little bit warmer, wouldn't it? Okay, that should be fine. Let's go to our... Where the heck was that? So our transport. So I guess we'll probably have to put some water in here first. Let's go ahead and maybe do that. That's probably too high. Let's maybe go to like there. Okay, how does that look? And in fact, I might even take this. I don't really like this whole area, so let's just smooth that area. Kind of just like that. And then we can create kind of a little bit more of an intimate boat area, maybe. Okay, let's do that. Let's see what this looks like in here. I guess we'll have to get our water again. Okay, that should be perfect. Let's see. Yeah, we can literally just put it right there. Now, I have no sweet clue how we connect it to our main. I guess we could just do that. That kind of works, I guess. Let's just take this a little bit more over like that. And then we can take it through here. Yeah, let's kind of just keep that straight. And then we can start angling in a little bit. Start going this way. Oh my gosh, it's kind of automatically doing it, which is nice. This will take that way, I think. And then we'll get going this way because I'm going to have my waterfall in here. Let's kind of just get going this way now, all the way back to there. Okay, perfect. That's actually so cool. Okay, that is awesome. Let's start a test. And let's see this thing move. Oh, that's so cool. It's literally just on a track, which is kind of cool. Yeah, that's actually really neat. So we're going to have to get some trees in here, make it look a little bit cooler. And while that test is running, okay, our waterfall is going to go in here. I'm literally just going to grab this thing again because I just love it so much. Let's get this in here. And let's lower it just a tiny bit. Let's put this like right. Maybe even just like that. I think that's kind of perfect. I feel like that looks pretty good. And let's maybe get some trees throughout here. So I really liked these. So I'm going to get a few of these kind of everywhere. First, let's maybe put a few of them kind of down here. Get some nice variety. And then some of our black spruces we'll try and get in here as well. So I think up here I might do like a nice little assortment. Then I could do something like that. Maybe another one up there. Then up here I could probably put a couple of trees. Maybe just a little bit of variety, just to kind of help it out. Something like that. Just make this look as cinematic and nice as we can. Let's maybe just put one of those. And in here I could probably just have one. Maybe like that. Then up here I could probably have something cool. What other trees do we have? I'll definitely have to put some of this stuff everywhere. Like kind of just throughout here. Just throw some in there. Maybe a little bit in here as well. Let's make this look really nice. Kind of just wherever it comes down. Like over here we'll probably want a little bit. And then maybe a little bit in between like that. I feel like that looks pretty good. And then maybe some over here as well. Kind of like that. Okay, it's looking a little bit better in here. I probably want... Honestly, I could probably even lift this up a little bit as well. Okay, that's still only testing, so I'm fine with that. Oh, we have a problem? Wait, what? What's our problem? Why would there be a problem? Oh, we need an exit. Okay. Place our entrance. So I guess... Oh, this is a problem. If there's a problem, this is the problem. So let's actually get rid of these paths. And I'm just going to delete that thing. And then let's move this thing over here a little bit more. And then we could take this path and go over here a little bit more. Let's kind of just connect. Just like that. And as far as our entrance, we could just have maybe just right there. And our exit could go right there. So we'll need a path. Let's connect this. This is just our queue line. I wondered what the heck you use queue lines for. Let's kind of just get going along here. Up and around. I don't know if we'll have a crazy lineup for this, but I guess let's just do that. This thing is just in the worst spot ever. But we will have our water treatment for this, so let's... Mechanic urgently requested. So that's good. I think it should be fine now. Testing still. Okay, is it complete? Let's stop our testing, and I think we should be able to open it now. Okay, we can actually open that, so that's perfect. I guess, no, let's close it right now. Let's just close it for a second. I still want to get... Let's just get rid of that water. That'll actually stay there, so that's fine. I'm just gonna raise up our terrain here. Like I would kind of want like a little mountain pass, kind of like this. Just kind of a little bit higher, just to kind of enclose it a little bit. Just so it's not going to the rest of the park. I feel like that would be kind of cool. Maybe same with this. Just so it feels a little bit more enclosed. Just raise it up a little bit more. Kind of like that. Okay, and then now I might actually paint this in with some rough rock. Maybe some of these spots, let's lower this a little bit. Even though it probably won't make much of a difference because, yeah, it's covered with snow anyway, so let's just leave that. Okay, let's get some water back in here. Then we should be able to open this up again. Let's see, is that... Need a little bit higher. Tiny bit higher. Yeah, that's just not gonna fly. Not even in the water. Okay, I quickly had to kind of mess around with this because our water got super messed up. I couldn't raise it up to the height it was. So I will just have to get all of the heck happened? So let's select all of these, and then we can maybe raise or lower those. So let's put them down a tiny bit. And those we'll probably have to put in a new spot. So let's see if we can lower these a tiny bit, maybe move them over a little bit as well. I want to see if we just delete them and re-put them down. That's probably a little bit easier. These are actually pretty good. These are also fine. I'm happy with those. I think everything else is pretty good. And let's kind of just get some more trees in here. This is a little bit wonky as I was kind of messing around with it. So let's smooth that out a tiny bit. Or maybe even actually smooth it out. Let's kind of just do this. Something like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think I should be able to open this out now. Let's open that. I don't know how much we can charge for it, but let's go ahead and open it. Look at that. We got some confetti in there. It is officially open, and this thing is literally exploding right now. Effective range. Yeah, it's definitely struggling. Let's just hire a mechanic and put him right there. Might be able to get it fixed. Let's see. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and fix that. So that's perfect. And in fact, I might want to put this a little bit closer over here, maybe. Let's just move this. Let's just delete it, honestly. Let's just get a new one. Utilities. Let's get a water treatment thing. And then we could just put this right there. Should be fine. As far as this path, we'll just get a path right off of there. Oh, we actually can't. Okay, shoot. I might have to move that. Let's just put it like right. Let's just put it like right there, and then that should be fine. You can kind of just do that and then connect it like just like that. Okay, that's perfect. And now I just want to get a tree in here to kind of hide that. Let's get a couple more trees. Let's just get like a nice big one there. And maybe a smaller one in here just to make it look nice and inviting. And then over here we could probably get like a nice big one of those. Couple of those, and kind of just make this look nicer if we can. I'll probably get a couple of these just throughout all of this. And then if I can get some of these as well, maybe. Nice big trees. I feel like that looks pretty good. Let's see what else we can get in here. Maybe couple more of these just to keep it nice and even. That actually looks pretty good. I am pretty happy with that. Do we have any guests on here yet? Nope, no guests. They're kind of just sending out cars. And in fact, I kind of learned that you can adjust this. You can actually adjust. So let's close this for now. Let's add a couple more cars here, just in case quite a few people come this way and ride it. I absolutely love this. Ladies and gentlemen, that officially completes our park. I'm going to try and put some B-roll here of people riding this in this. Oh, this is absolutely gorgeous. Again, if you guys like these videos, let's get this one to 500 likes to lock the next one. I'm not asking for much. I think we could definitely get to that. Thank you guys so much for watching, and hopefully we'll see you in the next video. Peace.